Alright, folks, welcome back. And this is technically day 204 with Duolingo Japanese. Today we are finally going to do our 50-day tentative take, or day 200 tentative take. So let's go through a summary of what we have planned for today to review. Here. Welcome. Haven't done this in quite some time. Okay, so let's do a recap. So tentative takes, right? So tentative takes, the last time, so since we started Duolingo in general, we have done a tentative take approximately every 25 days, largely prompted by how super lines up, right? Free soup, right? How free soup lines up. However, since then, we have kinda extended it. So now this is going to be our first time in which it's been 50 days since we attempted to do this like review, right? This review / recall session. I will go over most of this stuff later as a general overview of sorts. So typically we would start with a writing session. And the writing session has historically been going over our kana. So we do our standard kana characters, attempting to follow the chart. And previously, we would do vocabulary and maybe a mix of grammar. The last milestone, the 100-day milestone, we attempt to cover the grammar. I think grammar hasn't really substantially changed in any way. I'll make some notes about grammar as we go through. However, this time around, our writing session is going to continue to focus on kanji, because that is actually one of the major differences in the last 50 days, and largely also one of the reasons why I extended it to 50 days. Largely due to the kanji volume, we have extended to a longer format, which I'll go over later. Right, longer format for the kanji shift. Talk about that a little bit more later. And this is largely due to like Duolingo's structure change. So in this kanji writing session, we're gonna go by units. The last three or four days. Yeah, the last three or 4 days, I've been doing reviews in Duo in order to prep for this. We're gonna do a recall based on units, and from these units, they add like kanji where we remember it, like, so add kanji outside of the unit if any comes naturally. Like, for example, food items, there are more than the pool of kanji within these units. And what are these units? These units are from, if I remember, was section 3 unit 36 to section 3, unit 47, which makes for a total of 12 units. Right. So that'll be the writing section. I'll attempt to do this, and I kinda expect this to be probably approximately 4 hours. 4 hours, maybe. It could be less. We're gonna try to keep it. Let's just say less than 4 hours. Try to keep it to 4 hours. That brings us up to 8. Okay, that leaves us with 2 hours. Then we'll go over Duolingo plus other stuff. Maybe like changes. So kind of like structure. Like what is the current structure? Which does involve changes from before. Our current structure. How we're going about it. Perhaps highlight changes, right? Which I alluded to up here. Changes both in and out of Duo. Actually, to add a little bit, if time permits, we'll add Shashinko characters, right? If time permits, over our head, which I could kind of see. Have time for that. So this would be the when it comes to current structure, like the routine, right? The routine that I'm doing, and specifically, this will be plus Shashinko. I'll go over some stuff about Shashinko. So Japanese learning in general, I suppose. Maybe highlight some other stipulations or disclaimers, right? Speaking of disclaimers, I guess we have to make these disclaimers, right? It's worth inculcating every time. It goes without saying, learning is a process. So as such, learning is non-comprehensive. As in, what I'm doing here is a learning process. So I am not offering, right? I'm offering non-comprehensive anecdotes. It is not considered expert advice. So it is. It is not expert advice. And also, nor is it intended to be efficiency based. Efficiency based commentary. So it's not these things. I have to consistently and habitually share this fact of my motivations, because I think the internet has plenty. If you're looking for like expert advice or best ways to do things, This is not the place. And I'm going to say is. Like, this is not the place. Right? Hello there, Yetter. So these are the disclaimers. I'm being a little bit more direct about this kind of thing. Because largely, I think there are plenty. So expert advice is overrepresented, in my opinion. And it treats the learning process. It treats the learning process as an objective thing, right? As an objective thing. Which is kind of nice, you know? As an objective task, if you will. And that's perfectly fine. You'll find plenty of that. Overrepresented. Pretty much anything outside this. So this is not it, right? So let's make that pretty clear before moving forward. Because generally speaking, I would say it is very, very tempting for people to go around and say what they think is best things to do. However, in order to promote some sort of interaction with me or have like not a straight up conflict of interest with me, it's not largely what other people or what you gather is best. The question is, what did you do? Okay. So most likely, if you're able to explain what you did, how you determined what to do next, how you integrated information, that is something that is welcome here, per se. If you're going around spouting an echo chamber of information and obviously giving me clear indication that you yourself have personally not participated in any of that experience, generally speaking, I would kindly ask that whatever you're saying is not backed by experience, so that does not entitle your advice to be applicable for my uses, my opinion. So that's just I'm trying to be very respectful in advance, right? Going around saying this is the best because a lot of people use this while not being able to explain how it was useful to you or how you found it useful and explain the consequences, the pros and cons of using that method. That demonstrates to me that you're well read, well informed, however, incredibly inexperienced, right? Okay, so let's get back. So once we do the duo and other stuff, there might be time to think about what the next point would be, how we are moving forward, or how I am moving forward, I suppose. What's installed in the future, right? What ideas are in the future? Sort of, in the near future. So this kind of involves, it might be something very uneventful, like, for example, oh, I'm gonna stick, the stuff sticks, so stuff is working. Like, I'm comfortable with my schedule, and we have to keep on doing it for another 50 days, right? So we're getting to a period which a lot of people may find familiar. We're getting to the point where the time investment is going to be naturally increasing. Right. And the focus now, is to introduce quality of life changes to build for consistency, or build for more consistency. And from occasionally, milestones will be met again, certain milestones, and we'll incorporate new things. However, without spoiling too much, at the current pace we're going, it will be another 50 days before something substantially changes, because I'm in the middle of doing things, and those things require a specific amount of time, and I'm not one to. So the one big thing is no rush, right? I'm a very methodically consistent person, and urgency and rushing things and being impatient is kind of something I don't tend to cater for myself. So generally speaking, probably not going to be that eventful. I think the center point right now is that we go over everything we've learned so far within the last 50 days and integrate as many things and additional things that we recall as a way to summarize and give an idea of how the learning process is going. So usually this is serving as a tentative take, right? Tentative takes on whatever has gone on. This is my attempt. I guess I will make another comment here. So these things are my I'm here. This is a demonstration. Pretty much everything I do is a demonstration. I haven't seen the new Minecraft movie, so I can't tell you what I think about it. So this demonstration, this acts as a demonstration. Pretty much all my videos are a demonstration of what it's like going on in my head about how to reflect on one's learning, right? Evaluate it and make changes, and or refine things. It's going, something I do regularly. I do this for everything, largely. I'm gonna put that in quotes, for everything. The things that dieting, sleep hygiene. I pick a certain set of days, do this. Not quite literally this, but in some way, because I like self-reflection, and both subjective and objective evaluation is kind of a necessary skill, in my opinion. A very necessary skill. All right, so with that covered, that's generally what we're going to do today, along with disclaimers and whatnot. So we're going to start our writing session, which is pretty chill. Alright, start with Arcana. Right. Let's start with Arcana. Yeah. Starting the red. Okay. Gonna be pretty chill vibe, you know. Follow along. Feel free to follow along. Feel free to write along. Alright. I might be quite rusty with my kana, really. I haven't been writing too much. I've actually been focusing on kanji. Case in point. Uh, wait. Uh, shows you how often I write new. Wait. Just kidding. Hmm? Hmm. Uh, right. Hmm, wait. Hmm. But I kind of flipped the order on something, but that's okay. It's good enough. Okay. uh. Oops. Hmm. Hmm. Oops. Hmm. This one I don't write very often. Hmm. Can definitely tell which kana doesn't come up. Which kana doesn't come up very often. Oh, oops. I started with the wrong one. Okay. All right. So there's our kana. Okay. So let's get into it. Go with this. The first unit. Or technically unit 36. Ego. Guess we can add do we conserve? Yeah, let's conserve. So Chugoku. Chugoku. And Chugoku go. Nihongo, of course. Nihongo. Spain. Bango. I'm basically contributing the ones. I know it's not kanji, but I'm basically contributing the ones that are. Oh wait, I don't think that's right. That's spine. Uh, it's spit. Yes. Basically, contributing the ones that I would probably have to say in the future. Right. So Spain go. And there's an extra one later down the line. However, we're gonna add it here. No. We'll pick it up later. Okay. Unit 36 was. Unit 36 was about discussing meals. Yasai. And I don't think any of these come up anywhere else. So we're gonna add a few more. Miku. Sakana. Tamago. Hmm. Oh, wait. Diori. Diori. Hmm. Mizu. Wait. Yeah. Wait. That doesn't look quite right. Does it? Does it? I think no. I think that's okay. Why does it look so weird? Maybe I just haven't written it in a long time. Huh. Cha or cha. Oh, it's because I missed a stroke. That that would explain it. No. Huh. Maybe my my cha was so sloppy for such a long time. Anyways, do you have any other food related things? Sake. We have like the three kind of solid types, and then you have vegetable, you know, water, tea, and alcohol. Hmm. I have others. However, I think Yasai is the only thing part of this unit. And I think. Hmm. No, wait. Beverages. That's not right. We have gyunyu. The proportions are a little bit off. Works. Gyunyu. Hey. I think that was unit 36 outside of numbers and counters. Sometimes I'll add counters if it's new. Oops, 37. 37. Talk about your day. Right. Right. Yes. Right. That doesn't seem right. Is it? Yeah, no, that's fine. Aisha. Poodle. Jinshitsu. Daidokoro. Hey, yeah. Gozen. Go go. Go go. Daisy. 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 I'm taking this. Neru. See the connection. Hopefully you guys see the connection. I think that's it for unit 37. How are we doing on time? 1 hour. Well, okay. I don't know when we started. We want to keep it. 4 hours left. Okay. I think our pace is pretty good. Let's go with here. Unit 38. Unit 38. Drive home. Figuratively. And literally. Meanwhile. Mado. Ko. Oops. Neko. Or neko. Inu. Or inu. Wa. Tori. Counter for Tori. Wa. Let's move this over. Oh. Well, Isu. Konnichiwa, Claire. How are you doing? How are you doing today? Isu. Screw it. Yeah. Unit 38, not so much. Not so many characters, actually. Okay. Switch to a complementary color. Unit 39. Very nice was talk about yourself. Not really. You have a fudge pop and getting cheese pizza for dinner. Got 4 hours of sleep. Not a bad Monday. Not a bad Monday with 4 hours of sleep. Hopefully. Up and ready, full of energy. Fudge pop and getting cheese pizza for dinner. Very nice. I'm starting to sense a routine. I'm getting like somewhat of your idea now that you've talked about food for more than a couple weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks now. Starting to feel out your routine. It's very exciting. It's very dynamic. Unit 39. I like eat the same thing like 6 days in a row because of maintenance. Unit 39. Talk about yourself. That age. Oh, we have 2 counters here, so let's do the counters first. You couldn't eat the same thing all the time either. Pizza was your boss's idea? Oh, I was going to do something with hamburger. Yeah, it'll be for tomorrow. Pizza, huh? Your boss's idea. You have a pretty... I don't know. I think it's very adorable that you're having pizza with your boss. Or sharing, like, eating ideas with your boss. Or food. Discussing food. So, Sai. Ko. This was used to describe how old you are or how old someone is. And then Ko for counting. Like counting stuff that you have. And then we have some proper nouns in this one, which are very useful. Proper nouns, you know, the meaning might not be as useful, but learning the characters and their read can be very useful, especially commonplaces, which we'll go into now. Hello Maku, I was learning Japanese by myself, was learning katakana and hiragana by watching YouTube videos from Japanese Pod 101. Yeah, your video was inspiring me to use Duolingo. Well, I hope you find Duolingo useful, Jackie, and approachable, and it help you inspire you. Japanese Pod 101 is fantastic, by the way. I ended up using Tofuku for that kind of stuff, but Pod 101 has some great stuff. And hopefully you can what I saw of it, they have some wonderful ways that will offer things that Duolingo can't possibly offer, which is like their podcasts. Japanese Pod has quite wonderful podcasts that I've dabbled in, so you can get like ear training and stuff. Duolingo, I'm sure you'll probably gather, only offers certain things, and it helps, in my opinion, the one thing I can say is it helps people be consistent. And then in my opinion, just as a short plug, the things you get frustrated with that Duolingo doesn't provide, that, in my opinion, is a great incentive for you to find and be encouraged to use other things or find other references to figure out, right? And I think Japanese Pod 101 is a great compliment. Yeah. Hopefully your experience with Duolingo is a constructive and positive one. Yeah, today we're doing our summary stuff. So this is usually the stuff that I am writing that's coming from Duolingo. So this is section 3, unit 36. I'm covering for myself from memory, covering unit section 36 to, what did I say, 42. And it is largely all the kanji and as many other kanji outside of it. It's a thing that I do to keep myself honest with myself. So, and then here's your, your kana thing. I kind of swapped up the last 3 orders because I kind of like the boxy. Usually the chart would have like ya yu yo before the da roll, but that's fine. And then they would have so like down here somewhere. I just combined them so they look a little bit nicer. Yeah. I hope you're doing well and enjoying it. Minasan ni konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Minasan konnichiwa. Genki desu ka? Genki desu. Valentine-san wa? Oh, you watched my day one? Oh, yeah. It's been a while. Day 1 is in the same format as this. So, I hope, Jackie, this is probably something I'm not sure if everyone does, but it's a lot of fun. Writing on computer programs are really wonderful nowadays. So, personal plug of mine is probably to pick up like a really, really cheap pen tablet. I have like a $36 pen tablet. Actually, on a good day, it's $20. And pull up your favorite free art program. The program that I'm using is Krita. It's completely free. It has largely all the features that are necessary. And you can write like fun little like colors and write sentences and stuff and make stories. That kind of stuff really goes a long way. How'd you know what I did today? Tired of burning through paper. Oh, you're starting too, Valentine? It's all these things are really accessible. So definitely feel free to find different ways. And I would love to hear your different ways of engaging, right, Jackie, in the future. This is very therapeutic for me. So the last couple days, up every like 50 or 100 days or 25 days, what have you, I spend like 4 or 5 days and we're doing review. So no new things, outputting for fun, kind of demonstrating that every once in a while you don't have to always keep on learning and cramming. You can sit down, output the things you're able to, right? And feel kind of satisfaction in how far you've come with anything, really. Even though we're talking about language learning right now, it can be anything, really. It's always nice to have a chance to look back on how it's been. Like, I can't. It's very humbling, but at the same time, it feels very, very great to know that I could not read or write anything 200, like over 200 days ago. Nothing at all. So it's been a trip. Been quite a trip. My boss is the motel owner. They're Indian and she's vegetarian, so it's a very culturally enlightening experience when they cook dishes for your husband. Aw, Yeah, most of the time, my experience with Indians, like both native and Indian American, as in like second gens, we typically gravitate towards vegetarian. Actually, I, you know, I tell you, homemade lentil soup, classic, very classic. The butter chicken though, for I know I sound like a foreigner at this point, but the butter chicken though, I I I totally get the whole tikka masala thing for the westernized palate, but butter chicken, or serve me up some tandoori. Okay. Where were we? This is the, what was I writing? Oh yeah. Uh. Osaka. Osaka. Oh, what was I was saying? Oh, proper nouns. Proper nouns, while their meaning might not be like the greatest, it's kind of fun to brainstorm what the city names and stuff. Do I practice typing in Japanese as well? I try to practice typing in Japanese. It is super rusty right now. Being able to make time for writing and typing can be very, very tough. My typing is incredibly rusty. The way I try to remember how to type is indirect right now. So right now I still remember the romaji. So most of these things, because when I say Osaka, I see Osaka, and then I see Saka, and then when I go to type, it's quite a lot slower because I don't have like. However, if I can get to the romaji quickly enough, it's pretty okay. I haven't practiced typing in real time, so I don't chat with people using typing. So that is probably still pretty underdeveloped. It's a lot slower. It would be faster for me at the moment to write out the thing on the screen than to type the Japanese. More or less, it's serviceable. The nice thing about typing is you can, type it and make sure it's correct and then enter. So that's kind of a nice thing. And writing, you can be kind of sloppy. Like generally speaking, the plugin that I use for Duolingo is really sloppy. Like it is very difficult to like not do this, right? And sometimes it doesn't register when you're going really fast. It's not this program, obviously. So it can be a little bit tolerable as well. I do practice typing offline, like not here. However, for my purposes here, I have genuinely wrote things on the screen, so we're doing that. Nomaji goes a long way. I only type with Nomaji, so I have tried a little bit. I've seen some demonstrations on how Japanese input works for keyboard, like different versions, and I kind of like the mobile version too, how the Japanese mobile version works. That stuff is a whole different thing. Maybe in the future we'll try to do that. I haven't found a very useful way to type. I will be working on it though. I will be working on it. For typing, Jackie, it's still gonna be a while, but 2 or 3 months from now, actually, it's probably gonna be more than that. I'm gonna say 6 months out, I will be using an LLM whichever current LLM there are, like LLMs, and I will be typing exclusively to the LLM. And then alternatively, if the LLMs are going to incorporate transcription, I will practice some writing with it. So what I mean by transcription is you write on a block and it gets converted into a type so you can interact with the LLM. So most of my typing is going to come a bit later, where I will be doing like role playing. I'll engage in role playing with a large language model, and for that I'll be doing typing. Other than that, my only source of typing is occasionally typing comments and responses in Japanese. So that's going to be a bit. And in the future, I might type out story, like transcripts and stuff. They're not for like maybe creative writing or journaling, something that gives an example of how I would like engage in journaling and whatnot in the target language. For now, all those things are over half a year into the future. Did you hear about the Indian baker who got sued for leaking the bread recipe? He signed a non-disclosure. I'll see myself out. At first, I thought you were being serious. And then you said, I'll see myself out. If you didn't say, I'll see myself out, I wouldn't even know you were making a joke. I literally read, he signed a non-disclosure agreement, and my brain just auto-corrected it to non-disclosure. Sorry, I had to cough. Yeah, and I don't think okay, so here's the pragmatic take, Jackie. I don't think writing is absolutely pragmatic. So if someone had to choose a medium, like if you really want to get going and interacting with other people, I think typing is most definitely superseding writing. So to be realistic, right? And speaking, of course, supersedes that. However, a lot of times typing is the mode that is socially less challenging or less emotionally challenging. And so oftentimes I think typing is a fantastic place to start. For myself, I squeeze in typing as much as I can in anticipation that in the future I will probably be relying on typing, and I will be using writing as a creative tool to be different. And like, honestly, it's probably because I'm a little bit of a hipster when it comes to interacting with people. Like, when I do commentary and stuff, I like writing on the screen or writing to the side. So I do that very often. In fact, I'm in the market for a program plugin. I still haven't found one that can be overlaid on any video games or any client that I can use. So instead of having to jerry rig something, so then I can like write over a video game and stuff. Yeah. What the heck is this? Okay. Con. Okay, Konpyo dadai and ga totemo, what the totemo yoi desho? Wait, I recognize that character, but I don't recognize that character standalone. Give me hold. Let me see what it says. You're very good at. Oh, that's how you say good at. Oh. Interesting. It uses the same right character as Benkyo. And then computer. Okay, that's how you say computer typing. Interesting. I probably use the word pasokon instead. Pasokon no, maybe like pasokon no typing. Pasokon no typing or typing no, yeah, no. Pasokon no typing ga totemo, what is this? What is this? Oh, Tsuyoi. Oh yeah, Tsuyoi. Oh, that is the character they use for Tsuyoi. Tsuyoi. That's cool. I didn't realize that. Interesting. And it has a different read on it as opposed to Kyo. Neat. Very neat. I learned. Keep them coming. Very much lots of rice and curry, and usually it's a lot for your senses flavor wise. I can imagine, Blair. Although you're quite exploratory for someone with a sensitive palate. Your latest unit got a new verb form, which it literally doesn't even explain. Oh, Masenka. Would you like? Yeah, Masenka. So I kind of like where they go with that, the Masen. Yeah. It kind of has a very American, and not that it was the not that it was the reason, right? But I like that Masen has like the same element of has that same feeling. Like, hey, would you like this? Would you like this? It's kind of like Chinese, where when you're trying to ask someone nicely, you use the negation. You use the negation and a question to ask them, would you like this? Or like, would you not prefer this? Or would you not like it? It sounds like it's opposite. However, I feel like it's a feel like I'm very comfortable with this idea. So you use the negation and add a question to ask if someone would like to do something, right? It's such an interesting thing. I'm not sure how someone like who's monolingual English would take this like meaning thing. In Chinese, it does the same thing. You use a negation to ask a question using bu a lot of times. So, do you want, not want? Do you want, not want to do something? Which is asking them, would you like to? A lot of times. Which in Japanese, they decide in polite terms, they would use the negation in a polite form and then turn it into a question, which is fantastic. Or it lines up with, for other reasons, right? Would you like or not like is kind of like the English equivalent that I think of. And it introduces arimasu as its own word. Oh, yeah. So typing with the Windows input via Romaji I find very intuitive. Still working on figuring out texting and the like on mobile. Yeah, the texting on mobile is very interesting. I saw Taka, one of the YouTubers that I watch every once in a while. Taka was like, let's try mobile stuff. So he like demonstrate how it's kind of a weird thing. Like you have a grid, right? And you have certain characters, right? There are characters in here. And then when you hit one of these boxes, they expand into additional boxes of related completion. So it's that is a system that I saw recently. And someone that I know, which we haven't, they're very busy, I haven't talked to him, their husband or their partner uses this system, and it is incredibly efficient. So I haven't gotten to use how they text in Japanese yet. I think we'll have some fun experiments with that too in the future. You use Swift keyboard to add Japanese to your mobile keyboard. Oh, interesting. That is definitely another way to go about it, Blair. Okay. All right. With that said, back on to the proper noun chain. We have I should make this a little bit longer. Naomi. That's a little high, but that's okay. Whoops. Enter. What was this? Introduce yourself. We had school things because students things. Also Gai Koku. Gai Koku. Gai Kokujin. Gai Kokujin. Gai Kokujin. It's so much larger. I wrote the top things a little bit large, so I'm just adjust. Make them kind of look in proportion to each other. Okay. Ryugaku. Wait. Ryugaku. Okay, Alright, everyone look away. I'm adjusting. There we go. I've got one stroke. It looked weird. Ryugaku. And Ryugakusei. Oh, Gakusei. You gotta love layering, layered combined characters. You found that writing truly helps with your retention. It's so much more effective for me than just typing in or noting it down in Anki or whatever else. I'm glad you find a similar sentiment. I have the same similar sentiment, Valentine. Not for everyone. However, for myself, I find the same. Let's see. So we have various versions. Shogaku, and Shogakusei. We have Chugaku and Chugakusei. Daigaku, Daigakse. You know, my I'm just not satisfied with this character every time I write this. Okay. I'm becoming a writing snob, an aesthetic snob, and Koko see. So this covers all the students. You have a foreign exchange student or like studying abroad. If you combine this is abroad and international student. You have elementary, middle school, college, and then they reserve something special. I don't know why. Funny thing is, this is also consistent in Chinese right here. Koko for high school. Okay. Also, oh wait. Wait, yeah, we're fine. I also have Gakko. Gakko. Or school. We're adding more things as we go. So if I'm ever reminded of something, we'll add them. Hmm. Right. Tokyo. Uh-oh. Wait. I also have Kyoto. Any other proper nouns? Yamada. Yamada. Yamaguchi. Nakayama. Tanaka. Okay. Just to throw in like the OG name placements. I don't think we got any more other than Kenta, Naomi, and Osaka. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, for unit 39. Okay, let's go with the warm color. I'll go down here. No, let's go up here. Unit 40. Okay. Let's choose. Unit 40. Family. This one we might have to spam. No. This is the first family. Okay. I have the order that I was using. So Dot it. Uh, yes. Kazoku. Why did I make this character so gigantic? Kodomo. Kodomo. We'll go left and right. Wait, just kidding. Ane? Oh. Ani. Imoto. Ototo. Okay, anything else? Ryoshin. Ryoshin. Obviously, then we have... This will come up later. We have 2 units on family again. So, haha. And Chichi. Pronouns. Might as well add our classic, right? Stuff, so... I'm curious how many people would write watashi. Like, having seen watashi so many times, I'm curious if they remember what the radical is when you give them a blank piece of paper. Curious. Sometimes when you get really used to seeing something, it can be kind of hard to remember what it is written. Yeah, watashi. And this isn't kanji, but we're gonna include the pronoun. Pronoun adjacent stuff too. So. Anata. Then are. Are. Karera. Karera. Anojo. There's also one last thing. Which is tachi. Like watashi tachi. In terms of the whole pronoun game. Okay. I think that's it for unit 40, as far as I remember. Unit 41. where are we at with time? Not too bad. Not too bad. We set ourselves out for 4 hours on this. Where are we at? 3, 4, 5. This would be halfway. We have 12 units. This is number 6. Some of them are fairly small, but we'll be adding other things as well later on. The bonus round is anything from Shashinko. We'll see. This is asking about food. It's relatively short unit. I'll add a few words from Shashinko here to flush it out. So oh no. I feel like there were 3. No. Shokudo. Shokudo. Yeah. Maybe like atatameru. Atatameru would be 1. That's fine. Atsui. Atsui. Antonyms? Right. Sumetai. You had to suck it up and buy it digitally? Wait. As I was told by every clerk, they only had what was pre-ordered and no more? Wait. Wait. I might have missed a message somewhere. Valentine. Was that to me or was that to someone else? I might. We'll add a few here too. Oishi. Karai. Mazui. I don't have bitter yet. Nigai. I don't have Nigai yet. We'll leave that out. That's pretty good. This unit was fairly small. We added a few things. Okay. Unit 42. We're getting to the big units though. It kind of ramps up. Unit 42. Now we're entering what I did yesterday, which is not too bad because it's so fresh in my head. So, schedules. Shigoto. Goto. Oops. Benkyo. Which now, today, Valentine have taught me that this right character is being used for Suoi. Suoi. Suyoi, sorry. Suyoi. Which is pretty cool. Good connection. Hi. Tomodachi. What more can you ask for about schedule, right? You go to work, you study, and you hang out with friends. And family. But we already got Kazoku. This one I forgot so many times yesterday, but near the end we got it. Like, what else could I be forgetting? Right, izogashi. We did not get interestingly enough. We did not get a hima yet. Hima means free or leisure time. We did not get hima, the kanji for hima. So it would be a way to, it's an antonym for izogashi. No, actually, really no other adjective like this. Yeah, no other adjectives like this at the moment. Oh, they add random day phrases. Wait, this is about our schedule, right? We might as well use this opportunity to do schedule stuff. So, a contrast, compare and contrast schedule stuff. So, this one was introducing asate. Asate. Day after tomorrow. So then we have ashita. Right? Kyo. We're gonna save the other two, and that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna save the other two and go back to Kyo. Ototoi is in the is in a later unit. Ototoi. I was gonna say kino, and ototoi. So you get the day after, tomorrow, today, yesterday, and a day before, right? We'll filter in the other days a little bit later. The other types of phrases. I have lots of these. Yeah, let's keep going. We're gonna move down here now. We're at 43. Hmm. 43 is the position one. The position one's pretty long. So let's do this. So shita. So naturally. We have ue. Ushiro. Mae. Hidari. Migi. Soto. Naka. Aida. Aida is it's in between. I'm curious. We didn't get like a term for like everything outside of not between everywhere else. Well, actually, no. It's fine. Um, yeah, we're definitely just going down the side at this point. I really like writing vertically more than horizontally whenever engaged in a kanji. I can definitely appreciate why I write vertically. Um, okay. Hmm. Why am I drawing a blank on you? Yes. Uh, yes. Yoko. Little white. Oh, not eat. I think we get, we get toy, and chikai later. Hmm. Hankoku. Hankokujin. Right? Ryoko. Wait. I, yeah. Yeah? Yeah. This is kind of like arbitrary. They added this. Hmm. Omiyage. Oh, that's kind of top heavy. Omiyage. Uh. Katasumi or sumi. Don. Agami. Reizouko. Hondana. Tatsu. Itanai. Might as well add Kirei. Nagai. And I actually learned this yesterday on my own. So we're just gonna throw this in here. I think it's and some people have used this already. Oops. Wait. So Mijikai. Mijikai is the opposite of Nagai. Mijikai is easy to remember because it's Duan. Duan as well. Which is short in Chinese. And Hikui. No, Hikui. No opposite of Hikui. Not yet. That's good. Go to the next one. Next one. What are we on? Unit 44? We need to make it to unit 47. I think this is our A chapter. Our T chapter. A form. A form chapter. So making requests. I'm gonna start off with the time related thing. Kind of like yesterday. Heijitsu. Heijitsu. Now we have Ototoi. So the day before yesterday. And sure enough, it's very useful because you know it's minus the 1. Minus the ichi. Excuse me. I wonder what happened there. Instead of putting like a 1 in front of asate after ashita, you know? It went with after tomorrow in this order, as opposed to going with maybe something like ato ashita, like after tomorrow. It went with breaking up ashita and putting ato in the middle of ashita. Just Japanese things, you know? Okay. Sorry. I was setting myself up for that commentary. Alright. So making requests. This one, we're gonna write a lot more than yesterday. First, the stuff to request. Sentaku. No. Just kidding. No way. No. No. That doesn't look quite right. Okay. No. It's the other. Yeah. Soji. Denki. Alright. Okay, Tay form. Let's see if I can grab this from like 10 days ago. No, it's been 10 days. Maybe, yeah, it's been more than 10 days ago. So let's grab some stuff. Habete. Habete. Our first go down. Skete. Skete. Agete. Shimete. Shimete. Habite. Habite. That's actually a new one here. I feel like there might have been another Iru. Nah, that's fine. Other examples. New one. Atte. Atte. Suwatte. Suwatte. Aite. Aite. Nonde. Nonde. Ugh. I don't want to talk about it. I made this too thick. Yonde. Yonde. Suwaru and Hatsu are two new ones. This one. Oh, and actually, ageru and shimeru. Ariskeru. Oh. Actually, I have to they decide to write it in hiragana. I'm not sure about that too. I have the kanji for this as well. Or scared. We'll do it when we get to the Shashinko section. Okay. Next section is gigantic too. Most of the latter sections are pretty gigantic. Let's see. Got a little carried away. Plenty of things. So unit 45. 30 more units to go. Did I manage my space well? The answer is probably not. Probably not. Maybe we'll start writing smaller. Alright. So this is probably one of my favorite units in the last 12. And just like how it's organized. Okay. Oops, that's a little aggressive. Oh, Yogu. I screwed this one up a couple times yesterday. We're good today though. Sampo. Hashiru. Eiga. Oh, more conservative with the size. Eiga. Miru. Tegami. Kiru. Eh. Did I say Kiru? Kaku. Kaku. I think I might have said Kiru by accident. Kaku. And then Kaku again. Two Kakus. Hold on. That kind of looks gross. Okay. Ongaku. Nope. Just kidding. Hold up. Kiku. It's kind of too big. Okay. Looks a little imbalanced. Uta. Utao. Hmm. Tomodachi. Asobu. My accountant. Ashin. Wait. Yeah, I think that's fine. Toru. I think that's it, right? It wasn't actually that big. It wasn't too big. Hey, Fi, school started and stuff. How's school going? You have Chinese tomorrow? Ooh, I'm looking forward to hearing how it is for you tomorrow. Can't wait to share some Chinese stuff together. It's gonna be great. Looking forward to it. School is good so far? Lovely to hear. How long has it been? It's been... Are you done with your first week? You've been really slacking on Japanese? Oh, that's perfectly alright, you know? It's gonna be tough, right? It'd be tough juggling all that stuff. You'll feel it out, I'm sure. 4 days? Today was your... It's been around 4 days since you've done any. Oh, okay. And today was your first day. Oh. Well, happy first day of school. Okay. Unit 46. We're down to the last 2 units. We totally do not have enough space. Okay. It's fine. Unit 46. This is our second family unit. This one's a little bit... Lots going on here. Okay. Let's do it this way. Haha. Actually, let's reverse it. So, Chichi. Haha. Hmm. Yeah, why not? Let's write it smaller. Let's go smaller. My spacing is so terrible. Oto-san. Oka-san. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Shinseki. Shinseki. Chichiyoya. Hahaoya. So hubo. So hubo. Sofu. Sofu. Soba. Sobo. Sobo. Oji-san. Oji-san. Oba-san. Oji. Oji. Oba. Oba. Odomo. Odomo. Musume. 娘。息子。孫。孫、娘。息子。娘。孫、娘。孫、娘。息子。妻。夫。奥さん。奥さん。ご主人。ご主人。主人。いこと。こと。no. いこと。いとこ。いとこ。Alright. All right, all right. Unit 47. Last unit. Got some time, so I'll probably splash in the Shashinko stuff. Unit 47 was transit with a very, very cursed character that I'm still not sure I can write very well. Where are we starting with? Chizu. Chizu. Hmm. Haruku. Hidensha. Yeah. Puko. Densha. Densha. Oh. Just kidding. That's not paired up properly. Hang on. That looks pretty okay. That looks pretty okay. It's not mediocre at best. That's fine. Okay. Hikoki. 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 What was I thinking? I jumped ahead. Chikatetsu. Densha. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Osoi. Osoi. Ayai. Chikai. Uh. Wait. Uh. Sorry. Excuse me. Oi. Got some bonus ones, I think. Oh, actually, I don't even know where that goes. So I'm gonna place it here. Fatter and wider, a bit wider. Right. Chigai. Chigai. And Irai. And this will probably be where we also place. Yeah. Who? And tonight. Which I also forgot. Here. Ikimasu. Oops. Yeah, ikimasu as well. There's some bonuses. There are quite a lot of like grammar things related to hiragana. They're expressed in hiragana. Like sore kara, dore, dore kurai kakarimasu. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Looks pretty good. How much time do we have? Like 1 or 2 extra hours. Would I be able to? I need to take a bathroom break for now, so I'll be back. Give me a sec. Sorry. So I have to make an executive decision. We did neglect Shoshinko for quite some time. We'll get it on the next pass. I think by the time we come back around, we'll have completed all the things with Shoshinko. So we're gonna skip that now, because we're at, what, 3 hours? Including the introduction. We're gonna go over the lesson plan stuff now. So what are we currently doing? Trying to summarize what our like routine is like around Duolingo, right? Yeah, it will take me like 2 hours probably to get all the kanji on paper from Shoshinko. Yeah, we won't do that today. I'm still fairly tired, so we're not net recovery on recovering from our fatigue, our daily fatigue. So let's go over what we're currently doing, right? Our Duolingo schedule. What is it like around Duolingo? We'll mention Shashinko in this place now. That's probably a great place to start. So let's start with, so what is our, I'm gonna call this, what is our, like our content creation, learning schedule, right? What is it currently? Well, the first thing we do, the thing that comes before Duolingo, right, is Shashinko. So Shashinko is first, but we call this, actually, you know what? Let's be a little bit more specific. This is the immersion slot. We're gonna call it the immersion slot that we've been working on, right? And currently is being occupied by Shashinko. So the immersion slot. When it comes to the learning schedule for our Japanese. So this is our Japanese learning schedule. This does exclude things that do not involve learning Japanese. So we're not talking about like Neverwinter and the Corpsemen and Elemental Exiles in the previous days. So those are my other things that I'm doing. So let's write a side note, right? Side note is that this does not include, among other things, a what are we gonna call it? My gaming slot, which is actually new now, my gaming slot. And so far we have been dedicated to deck builders recently. So within this period of 50 days, we've done Elemental Exiles. And we are currently on the Corpsemen. Not Corpsemen. Right. So this does factor into the amount of time that I have, right? And then less frequently, live service games. Live service, which currently I have Neverwinter. And then once in a very blue moon, there's also PSO2 NGS. Those are my earned things, right? So that does not include those things, right? So back to Shashinko. So Shashinko's schedule right now is in the last 50 days, did our playthrough, right? And now we're using our immersion slot as a place to extract kanji. So we're extracting kanji. So our playthrough is the exposure, right? Playthrough is going to be exposure, and usually exposure also leads to listen inputs. So all our inputs. But then when we're extracting, we're focused on output. Which ends with it ends right. So it ends at writing. Writing is our final output. So how do we go about this? Let's break this down, right? First step was the playthrough. So we had exposure. Then followed by reading. Actually, not even reading. It's listening first. Listening is my strongest when it comes to memory. Listening, which listening is only one component, like it only comes in one component in Shoshinko. So listening, then which leads to speaking. So this is mimicry, largely mimicry. So I listen, I repeat, that's the mimicry. And then we have reading, which reading starts with, so reading has two components, right? Then it goes to hiragana, and then proceeds to kanji. Actually, hiragana, then furigana here into kanji, and then kanji exclusive, right? So that's the reading thing. And then the final output after reading is writing. And that's where I got that many arrows thing. So we are on the last stage, which extracting kanji means ultimately writing as the final output, right? It's the final output. This is technically an output that is incredibly reliable, so it comes very quickly. And this is the last output, which is writing. Whether it's and we're not talking about there is more stages after writing and speaking, which we actually haven't done any of that in terms of content creation anywhere, not even Duolingo or anything. And the final stage of output is creative output, so construction. So construction is like a ... construction, which I have not integrated anything in the forms of construction. And what I mean by construction, I mean creative construction. So creating ideas, writing, speaking, creating the conversation topic, leading the conversation topic, that's much later. I actually have not, I'd like to reach a certain point that I have arbitrarily designated for myself, which I'll talk about maybe in the future as I get closer and closer to that point, but usually it's not my concern right now. So creative construction, which I do tend to do this a little bit offline, and I talked about this quite a bit in terms of creative construction. That's things like a background process. We call it, I'm doing this more of a background processing. So what's not included here, right? Background processing. What does that look like? Let's pick another color here. Journaling, self-dialogue, which someone criticized me for, that there's no such thing as self-dialogue. You'd be surprised. So self-dialogue, journaling, talking with others, right? Talking with others, having conversation with others. Now, we're not talking about like native, so not native. Personally, if this, I don't aim to have this. It's not relevant to my goals. It isn't perfectly welcome, but I'm not seeking it, because generally speaking, where I am and where I feel that I can be incredibly resonating is that it's with other language learners. I'm not a rusher, so whether you get to native or not, that's more of a people thing. It's more of a people problem. So I think one thing that is overemphasized a lot of times is how quickly you can get yourself to the point that you want. For me, I don't see people as an opportunity to benefit myself. So most of the time where I am is I'm a language learner. I do not live in Japan. I speak English. I'm on an English dominant platform, and many people use English as a common language. So I use that common language to interface and eventually get a proficiency that will allow me to interact with other people. So not only do I not select for someone who is uncomfortable with English, I expect in the future to encounter someone with a level that meets with me. So someone who is comfortable with English and also speaks, for example, Japanese, or for me, speak Japanese in a way that I can comfortably also speak English with this person. So in my case, I'm not aiming for the ideal. I'm looking for a natural transition in which the person and I share a mutual exchange of interest. The reason why I'm saying this is there's a very big difference between someone who understands how to communicate with another person and someone who's only in it for themselves. And I'm not saying this is a bad or good thing. There are very, very generous people out there. I don't even consider myself one of them, right? There's a lot of mutual overlap of interests that allows me to connect with people. And with that, that's the most realistic way I'll go approaching how to do this, how to get to know someone, how to get someone to participate in language exchange. I personally, in my opinion, do not get down to business and look to make relationships predicated on business transactions. Generally speaking, those work well with someone who is not empathetic or not compassionate. And that works really well. It's efficient. You get the job done. You get what you need. You get going, regardless of ethical concerns or not. In fact, that's kind of why you pay people to teach you things. You pay them because it's a business transaction, right? I don't do this professionally. I don't need to do this professionally. And largely, this is probably one of them. You calling me not empathetic because I hired a language teacher? I'm not saying they're exclusive, Lotus. They're not exclusive. You can be both. You can be both professional with someone. Being professional means not inherently empathetic. Professional means being agreeable to an extent, but mutually not getting involved, right? Like, for example, in a school setting, if your teacher is your friend, that's unethical. So we have to keep in mind there is a level of understanding that your friends might not make the best teachers, if you know what I mean. So empathy has drawbacks too, and I'm not looking for that. So that's what I mean by that. I'm right now in language learning, I'm not looking for professionalism. I'm looking for empathy. So the thing about that is it makes learning possibly inefficient in many ways, right? You get to know the person, then you selectively learn the language through that person. However, that person and you selectively learn the language predicated on what's interesting to you, as opposed to learning a language for proficiency and expertise. So, like, if you were to talk to me, you might learn a lot of things about science and stuff, and your language might change and shape because I'm more of an instructional kind of person. However, if you talk and make great friends with, I don't know, someone who is an athlete, their language will shape you, right? They're going to have specific things, so you'll sound a certain way and you'll learn a certain way. And oftentimes, when you hire a teacher has a designation of trying to expand and increase your proficiency in a language. That is the objective, right? When that's pretty much what I'm not looking for at the moment. So when someone says, oh yeah, you should hire a teacher and stuff, I've considered it, right? Lotus, we talked about this, and I still haven't done it yet at the moment. Because if your if your mindset is set properly, I think there wouldn't be as much animosity and misunderstanding between, right? Sometimes I feel that you really want to be friends with the person that's teaching you. However, it does have trade-offs. And like, for example, if I am your friend and somehow I'm your teacher, I might overlook things. I might be less rigorous, that kind of thing. So it can be very daunting. So for now, most of the offline things that I'm doing, like typing, someone asked if I'm practicing typing, right? It's with other language learners. So from here, comments here and there, that typing may not necessarily like translate. So like, for example, what I mean is, so when I'm typing to other language learners, right? Typing, for example, is an output that I would use, right? Typing as an output. And then typing would be an input, right? It would be input and output. So input from other people, from others. That might not, when someone asks me, oh, do you do any of that? And it's like, I do. Does that equate to an increase in proficiency in Japanese? It may not, right? If you are constantly using the same phrases and not being exploratory with other people, then it may not. It definitely gives you a lot of practice on how to output typing. So you get really used to saying certain phrases and stuff. So that's where like the teacher part comes in. I'm doing pretty well, Lotus. We just got through our review of the last 50 days or so. So like, this is what it looks like. So these are our kanji. So we got through that. I didn't do the Shishinko thing though. We're already running not enough time. But we did this already. So it wasn't too bad. I have like a thing. I have like something like open like cut on my tongue. So it's making everything very difficult though. Other than that, not too bad. So my tongue is kind of healing up, but it's making talking a little bit difficult. It's so nice and straight. Yeah, it's kind of grid-like, isn't it? I tried to make it as grid-like as possible. Yeah, so it's like on my tongue. So every time I move my tongue and stuff, it's like pretty painful. So eventually it numbs out if I keep talking. And that's kind of where I'm going with this one. So, yeah. So just making sure we're talking about that. So back to Shashinko, right? Let's break down Shashinko. Where is my time going with Shashinko? So we're actually at this last phase. You have a cut where your mouth opens on one side, it keeps ripping open. Oh, yeah. That's exactly how it feels. Like it's kind of like getting a cut between your finger, or like getting a cut on your knuckle or something. So every time you like go to move, it just keeps like aggravating it and tearing it open. Oh, awful. It's like right on the tip of my tongue too. Could have been anywhere, but it had to be the tip of my tongue. Okay. So the schedule. Yeah, I can only imagine how it feels on the one side of your mouth. I've had that happen before, where I accidentally like chomped on my cheek or something, the inside of my cheek. Let's see. So right now we're at this phase, basically. We're at the writing phase. It's the final phase, and it's going to take a while. So what have we done in the last 50 days? We've kind of sorted out a routine. So the routine starts with, in Shashinko, there is 146 cards. Flashcards. Okay. And this means that there are 146 vocabulary words associated with those cards. And then with them on the back, there are 3 entries that may or may not repeat or something. It's varied, so I don't actually know the official number. It balloons up to about 200 plus. I'm gonna say like 250 maybe. So 250 unique ones, right? Unique ones. So what we're doing right now is it wasn't always this way, but the most recent iteration of our schedule is that I take up 8 flashcards, 8 flashcards, eight flashcards as a set, as one set. So the schedule goes day one, I review all sets by memory. Sometimes I do this little thing where I point the camera at a location where the stuff is, but generally I'm not using it as a memory thing. I'm using it more like a content creation thing. So I would like point the camera at a general space to have like other people like as a reference for what I'm doing in my head, right? So point the camera at it. So obviously when you start, you didn't have any sets, so we actually skipped this step. But now this is the current set. So in day one, we review all the sets. So every single set up to our current one. So, and during that day one, if there are less than 2 errors, I'm gonna say, I think my tolerance rate right now is 2 errors. That means 2 stroke errors, or anything, but that includes stroke error, right? Actually, instead, let's go and define common sources of errors. So less than 2 errors: stroke, read can be one. Rarely, super rarely is a definition. But usually it's either stroke or read error. Sometimes I can write things in which I read incorrectly, and sometimes I read and can write things. It actually works both ways because I'm pretty writing dominant in this. So less than one error in each set. So within each set. Then what happens is for the next 3 days, it's excluded. It gets pushed for another 3 days. Right? So day 1, go through all the sets. If they are cleared, you get pushed for 3 days. Like, I won't see them for another 3 days. Right? And so far, this is the current thing. At some point, I will be pushing these even further. I'll be pushing them to like 2-day cycles. So I'll be pushing them for 7 days total, which includes the review day, right? And that hasn't happened yet. We're not there yet. Where I feel confident that this is really clear, we're going for it, let's just push these for 2 days. And then the reason why that we need to push them for 7 days is right now we are at 8 sets. And as you know, right, when it keeps getting longer and longer, the days are going to get longer and longer. You can only get so fast and reliable at writing things out and then so it will take too long, in my opinion. I think after I get a certain proficiency in speed, I don't aim for diminished return. Like, we're not talking about writing as fast and sloppy as possible, right? There's a fun analogy here. Like, for example, while it's cool to see the fastest violinist play, when you scale it back a little and look at the commentary by professional violinists or like other violinists, you can see that the person's error rate has gone up, right? And it's your choice of how fast you want to push and how much consistency you want. So generally speaking, I think by the time I get, we're not at 8 actually. We are at, we are at 8. So 8 sets. And we're about halfway. So I think it's almost time where I push. The best instrument players is the one that can play the slow piece well. Yeah, there's a lot of contrast to that. It is a pretty deep cut, so I'm not gonna go too far into that. It is a very touchy subject and it requires a lot of attention, but without saying too much, right? So right now, currently 8 sets. We're gonna have to move the 8 sets at some point, like further back, because I need to liberate more time. Sets have to be spaced out even further. That's kind of what SRS is, right? The things you know well, you keep pushing further and further off so that it liberates time. It's not a necessity to absolutely remember everything, right? That's kind of the idea. So right now we're getting there. My sessions are, to do these day 1s, they're taking roughly like an hour. And I don't want to push it past an hour. It takes another hour to do the next thing, which is it on day 2. Actually, let's erase this part. So it takes about an hour for that part, right? And then now we enter day 2, and we take any set that didn't get pushed. So any set that had errors, which usually, as expected, it's the latest set. The latest set, I have an error. I usually have more than 2 or 3 errors. So it usually includes the latest set, the one that's most recently added. And then in day 2, the purpose is to add a new set. So we add a new set. So in this day, there are 2 sets that are being done, and that takes about an hour. So it takes like 10 minutes to to rewind the latest set again, correcting from the day before because the error would be made in day 1, right? And then the new set, which would take 15 minutes. This is without yapping, without going into conversation, which will happen. So we have to keep in mind that let's make a sidebar note here, that all of this is subjected to yapping. So any like time conditions and whatnot, these things typically, I would say on average, for how would I say this? For every 1 hour there can be roughly 30 minutes of potential yapping. That's kind of how I view it. So sometimes I do make it somewhat I try not to go too far past that, because my body doesn't hold up to that. Like my voice and stuff can give up after a while, so it would be prudent. So I've kind of like limited myself, but this is really generous. So it's almost for every 2 minutes I'm studying or doing something, I'm sparing 1 minute of conversation. So it's quite generous, and it doesn't happen all the time. It's not consistent throughout. Like we're not literally doing it as a requirement. It can happen. All right. So back to this, we do 50 new sets. So that basically the rotation involves how do I introduce the new set? I look at it, right? I look at it. We already know, we've already finished all the other things. So reading, right? Reading is finished, as in there's not much we can do with reading, definition, listening. Reading and listening is complete. Now the idea is to mechanically be able to produce the writing without anything else around, right? It is kind of disjointed. You might be thinking, well, if you can read it, does that mean you can write it? And some, I don't know if anyone ever considered this. Outside the people who have aphantasia, right? Outside the people who have aphantasia, imagine asking yourself, can you draw something you see every day? Well enough to not mistaken it for something else. So, right? So now think about it in terms of writing a character in a language. You are more likely that the tolerance for not being mistaken for something else is even higher. So generally speaking, that's why this is the last phase. You're gonna head out, but quick thought on what you said earlier. HelloTalk and Tandem are both good apps to find language exchange partners that are more lean towards building friendly friendships. Ooh, which doesn't have that professional relation undertone. I know lots of people mention HelloTalk. I'm not sure about Tandem. Yeah, that might be something to do in the future. We have to also keep in mind that this stuff that I'm doing here, that's journaling, self-dialogue, talking with others, I'm going to, once this phase is over, as in like as I move on from this phase, this will be the content creation. So I will be slowly looking for things in which I can do that, moving into the time slot of this. So SRS is going to go away at some point. So HelloTalk and Tandem might be something that can lead to something useful. I am aware of the Hello Talk thing though. Not Tandem. I'll make a note and look at Tandem. Thanks. And also good luck with your day, Otis. Thanks for the input. Yeah, thanks for the input. Got it. Okay. So so that's just me writing. It's all recorded here. So these are all content creation related things, right? So that's what I'm doing now. And eventually, right, we're at 8 sets. So we're over halfway. Once we complete it, there's going to be some maintenance of it, but largely it's going to be in the background. Like I will no longer be maintaining it as a thing. So right now we're halfway, and halfway being around 30 days in. So naturally, the next time we go in a review, we'll probably do a review of Shashinko at some point. Actually, I might even do it during Shashinko. Right? So we're about 30 days in, right? So approximately another 30 days. And here's the thing. We have to remember that we're talking about not consecutive days. This is not consecutive. Not consecutive days. Actually 30 working days. More on that. Probably figure that out as we go. So then that's cool, right? And then the next part is pretty self-explanatory. Day 3 is iteration, right? It's iteration. So we go through this again, and that is the salient part. So we're attempting to focus on recall and only recall. So focus only on recall. So trying best not to be aided. This part is aided. This part is used aided by the game itself. And then day 3 is trying to do it exclusively in recall. And after that, this is what I mean by it's not exactly 3 days consecutive, as in a month from now, I'm not going to complete it. It's more like 2 months from now. And that is day 4. And day 4 is the default rest day. Now there's a big asterisk to this. Rest days can fluctuate between 1 day and possibly up to 3 days. This is the gap in the SRS. And I feel the largest distance that I've had so far is 4 days actually. And there will be like kinks and stuff. The longer the days from the immediate, like when we get back to Shashinko, which isn't tomorrow even, because it lines up with Neverwinter, the day after, I will likely drop like 2 sets as opposed to 1 set. Sometimes I get really close to not dropping any sets. So it does vary. So these are the default rest days. I call them rest days. Largely because if you do not insert rest days, I know consistency is fantastic and all that. If you do not insert rest days, it's very difficult for me personally, since Shashinko is not an SRS app and it doesn't keep track of these things, it's very difficult for me to know what my retention is. Now, why is that important to incorporate rest day? For myself personally, I constantly want to be testing the limits. Testing limits. Largely because one of the time constraints. So how do you know when or how far things can get before things get hazy or not reproduced? And there's no guarantee that the time will also be consistent as well. So I do this consistently with most things. Largely, some things will be weaker, some things will be stronger. The idea is one has to liberate time to take in more volume, right? And the ones that have volume, you're trying to minimize the diminished return. So you're constantly testing the limits, allow me to, with the lack of a better word, be more efficient. And not in the sense of efficient because someone told you so, or efficient because someone offers some transcribable advice. The idea is I'm iterating literally by on my own experience. So this is a component that I do feel maybe a little underdeveloped by individuals who are reliant on other people's vicarious experience, right? Here, I'm incorporating rest days because I need to know how far I can push my vocabulary, right? How far I can push my vocabulary and then bootstrap back to these steps, right? Back to these steps and know that certain things don't necessarily require my attention anymore, too much. And then certain other things are fairly weak. Now there is resolution issues with this because I decided that my minimum unit is a set, which is technically 8 flashcards with 24 additional things on the back, right? That's 32 potential things that may or may not be exclusively unique. So that's the smallest unit of recall that I have. One could get even dirtier and say every individual one, but that requires a reorganization of the information. Or you can do every single flashcard. That is I'm striking the balance between how much I want to group together and how much is too much, right? There's too much micromanagement, and then there's the balance. And my balance is I chose to do the set out of convenience. So that's kind of the way I'm going about it here with Shashinko. So at some point, we'll reach 16 sets plus one extra flashcard. There's 146 or 145 flashcards. If you do the math, the set works out. So that's kind of where we are right now with actually the math kind of doesn't check out. Math is not my strong suit. So let's just take it with a grain of salt. I'm halfway through. I think I'm on 8 sets and eventually it's going to balloon. So the idea is I'm constantly trying to make sure I'm pushing the stuff that I'm very familiar with and somehow it's getting reinforced. Not necessarily only in Shashinko, but elsewhere. Like Duolingo has a very high rate of overlap with Shashinko now. As in every opportunity, every 3 days, which we're going to go over the cycle for Duolingo, every 3 days there's going to be an opportunity that it gets reinforced elsewhere. And then it gets doubly reinforced because we're talking about kanji here. Kanji is the output limiter here. Not the reads or the sound, or it's the kanji and the writing component. And I'm also studying Duolingo. I'm also learning with Duolingo Chinese course, which overlaps with Japanese when it comes to this particular discipline. So there are many things that are very strong, and there are a few things that aren't as strong. And there is a chance that I will increase the tolerance of error, because if those errors turn out to be very consistent to certain things, I may or may not value those things. Like, for example, medioteki, right? Like medioteki. Am I going to use that word as much as I think I'm going to? We don't know. So if there are certain words that are very weak, I can make a executive cautious decision like, okay, well, maybe I'll know it when I know it, but we can drop some of those. That's kind of a way to go about it too. The idea is you're grooming, you're constantly iterating, you're grooming, you're iterating, and you're trying to test how far your memory is going, right? And this is the structure that I have for Jashinko right now. It wasn't explicitly said this way because learning is a process. So this is the current iteration of Shashinko's schedule. Now let's talk about the Duolingo schedule, right? The Duolingo structure. A few people ask this every once in a while during a stream, and it's become too complicated. As in, like, I would need some sort of printout. Maybe I'll type this up. I don't know. Maybe I'll type this up. Now, here's the downside of typing all of this up. It's subject to change. Like, the approach is, roughly speaking, consistent. However, every like 1 or 2 weeks, something's gonna change. I naturally change things as I'm going. So I try to describe it as best as I can. And here's the current iteration, right? So the current Duolingo schedule, and this has changed from in the last 50 days for Japanese, largely because of how Duolingo has changed. So the current Duolingo schedule is on a 3-day cycle. So the first day, so it's on a 3-day cycle. Let's go over the overall structure first. So day one, we do our intro set. So that's the first button, right? Our intro set is, as self-explanatory as intro set. So that is, it can vary from 4 lessons to 7 lessons. Largely due to the nature that Duolingo has a varying number of vocabulary words that can be lumped together even as loose as possible. They're very loose. We're trying to lump things together into the theme, right? They often try to be thematically relevant. And it's very loose. Thematically relevant. So some ones have a lot, some have less. In fact, I'm saying 4 to 7, but the full range between Japanese and Chinese, it can get as low as, it can get as low as 4. Actually, 4 and 7 is pretty good. I take it back. We're doing the average is 5 though. The mode is definitely 4 or 5. I think I might have seen a 3, or yeah, possibly 3. So this is 4 or 7, first set, and that's the one. This is the longest day. The day where I there are focuses that I would do. I would try to pick up. Now what the current set is, I focus on kanji. So we pick up as many kanji as we can. Pick up exposure on kanji. So I'm not saying grammar or anything, right? So pick up on kanji, and I'm not even saying hiragana, because hiragana is introduced and they are often grammar points. So the first day is kanji focus. Pick up on it, because there's generally not going to be, I'm not going to end up picking up. There's going to be an error or two. But if I focus on kanji, I can get 95 to 99%. Well played, right? Oh, and I have to keep in mind that this also includes the kanji section. And the goal of the kanji section is to get at least 1 exposure to the strokes, to stroke order, to writing. The way the kanji section is work. It's kind of serialized. It's a little bit serialized and grouped. But generally, I want to get at least one exposure to the stroke order, or do it mentally. Like if I don't get it through the kanji section, I will write it. I'll look it up. At least that. And then in this kanji section, I want to be able to connect all the kanji. Connect all kanji. How do I do this? I do a combination of Duo's techniques and my own technique. So, the main, trying to be like as concise as possible. They either are connected by meaning, which is self-explanatory. Lots of people connect by meaning. So it's meaning relations, right? Basically, this isn't auto. This is an auto. They try to connect it thematically relevant, right? So if it's talking about food, it's a bunch of food, etc. And then we go by character. So if this character looks like another character, or the identical like radicals, like for example, radical commonalities, right? Or radical contrasts. We're going to call them contrasts. Because the similar and dissimilar radicals, pairing, matching, they can be connected with that. That is another way to remember things. Read by how it sounds. This is kind of in order of its currents. Meaning is first, characters is second. Read, which is sounds. Sounds and possibly like onyomi considerations, onyomi and kunyomi considerations. Right. So they might be linked by that, which means that they don't necessarily have to share in character. These can be all of the above. Like if all of these are present, I would qualify it as an excellent unit. However, all of these aren't typically possible, right? It's not possible to have all of these on checklist. However, the ones that have all of these on checklist, rarely do I spend a lot of time on it. The SRS basically speaks for itself. If it was some magical person who did all of this, I can't even imagine the odds of all of this being rearranged in it, right? So, read. So if it sounds the same or it sounds different but looks the same, that kind of thing. So these are the combinations, right? And then lastly, unit relations. Unit relations. So things like, let's just say like chronology related things. So, oh yeah, this is the unit that we learned this, and when I learned this, I also learned this. So association by this would be called like a recency effect, probably. I'll call it like the recency. I don't know if recency is a word, but recency effect. Basically, oh yeah, I remember this. This is the unit that had these things in. And Duo actually organizes their kanji section and lessons very specifically, actually, especially organize their kanji section. So Duo organizes by these things. These are the properties that Duo creates in their relationship in the kanji section. So either they're related by meaning, which means not necessarily they're similar by meaning. They're related by meaning. Like short and long is a relationship. It's a meaning relationship. It's about length, but short and long are opposite, for example. And then character radicals, that is absolutely front and center. That's also a technique that I use all the time, so it fits right in. Sounds is also a technique I use all the time, and it relates to Duo a lot of times, especially onyomi and kunyomi in Japanese. And then the last one is like, when all else fails, there's no relation between this. We don't know where it is. We need to put something in. They usually have unit relations, as in we're just gonna pull from when it occurred. So like, oh, this unit was 6 units ago. Put it in, right? Because it's too far away. So this is more like an SRS related thing. SRS related thing, but not dynamic. It's more of a static thing. Like, oh, it's been 6 units since you've seen this word. Let's put it in. It's been a while now, right? So not dynamic, still related to an SRS system. Okay. That's it for day 1. So we actually do that for day 1. And then we go to day 2. Now, something that I haven't mentioned up here is we're starting vanilla. The very first task I do right before the session is what I call a total recall session. Total recall. And that's when whoever has been around in the beginning for a really long time, it's generally like the first hour. Less than hour. I like to try to keep it to less than an hour, but it's generally the less than 1 hour. Generally 1 hour where I would output by writing. Output in write, and then speech. Speech is mimicry largely, but writing by output. And oh yeah, I forgot the thing that I do, right? Hold up. So where do I get this output? This writing output for the recall? And this is something that I've been doing more recently. That's why I forgot it. So my contribution. I already overlap with Duolingo now. Quite a bit. So sound, this relationship, these relationships come automatically. When I see on day 1 a new character, immediately I think of, wait, there are 3 or 4 other words that use these radicals. How can I connect them? Like, wait a minute, do these things sound like the other ones? And then if I could relate something, I would. That kind of thing. So I do this automatically. However, Duo also does this in the kanji section. It is one of my, like, if there is a silver lining on a very useful technique that they're using, it's the kanji section. It's also true for Duolingo Chinese, which I'll probably go over again. Also, this stuff for Chinese, it didn't really quite change for Chinese actually. A lot of this stuff is adapted from my Chinese experience before the Japanese. So my contributions. What do? I storyboard and use diagrammic things. So how does that turn out? Well, a lot of times, yes, like you have, maybe 2 things that are paired up. Like you might have pairs, or like a group, maybe if you're lucky. And then there's like a lack of transition, like a lack of bigger picture. There's a lot of subtext missing, right? Missing subtext. Some might call them missing context, right? Missing context. So this is where I come in terms of my contribution. I rely on storyboarding, diagrammic things. You could call it like mnemonics, I guess. Lots of fancy words being tossed around. What I'm going to do in this situation is I construct context. So I construct the context. And usually I can construct the context in both English and the target language. That's pretty much what I have been starting to do, right? In order for me to start the process of construction. I already mentioned that I haven't done much construction, if any. So one has to start constructing their context. And one of the situations I have, and most people pointed out about Duolingo, is there's a lack of context, right? So naturally, I try to supplement as much context as I can in English, then transition it to my target language. So if I can do it in English, naturally, I would say over time, I should be able to do it in my target language. Hopefully one day, maybe the target language comes first, and then I go back to English. For now, it's English, then it goes to my target language, right? At some point, there will be enough to form target language stuff, and I can translate it back. It is part of my goal to be able to translate back and forth. It's not my goal to speak a language exclusively and let another language subside. Interpretation is my goal. I'm very much an interpreter, not a translator and or someone who wants to dispense and live exclusively in environment. So that is the goal there. All right, so let's get back to day 2. So where does that mean? This construction that I did right here is actually part of the total recall. So before, I didn't make anything for it. So this has changed. I didn't make and organize the information. So this part actually takes quite a substantial amount of time in day 1. Day 1s are very long because this would take like possibly 20 minutes plus, if not up to an hour, right? How big the unit is, like how many characters there are that I must relate, and how desperate their things are, I need to relate all of them. Like, for example, one of the units in Duolingo, like actually you could see it when I was writing the kanji section. It was like, oh, they suddenly have a kanji dealing with Osaka, and then suddenly no, they're talking about the kitchen. So I have to relate all those. That's how I will get construction done, and help me remember the things, even if it's not ideal, right? So that is kind of how I go about my recall. So then when I get back to in the beginning of the day, it's at the beginning of every day. So in day 2, the first thing I do again is total recall. So same deal. However, this was from the previous day. So like the cycle, you have to imagine the cycle already started. And this recall involves 2 units. 2 units, not 1 unit. So I'm not only recalling the current unit I am on, but the unit before. The units get carried. I say a 3-day cycle, however, is a 3-day cycle of exposure. And it's actually a 6-day cycle, or 3-day cycle of exposure, plus a 3-day cycle of recall after, an additional 3 days. So every recall session involves 2 units. One that I'm actively working on, and one that I'm no longer working on. So it expands to roughly 7 days, a week cycle, right? And that's where I get the week from. And the way Duo works in terms of repeating things is they carry for 2 units. So the stuff that I'm carrying for 1 week can still show up occasionally in the current unit across 3 units. So what happens is I get a little sprinkling of all the things I've been reminded of when I'm trying to retain a week's length. And then back in the day, it was every 25 days I would have this thing that I'm doing right now every 25 days. And that is roughly, 3.5 weeks out. So that's not that much distance from the time I heard the vocabulary. However, this time around, I'm trying something different. And I actually waited 50 days to see how well I remember things, right? And it's rough. It's quite rough. So I went back as far as I can think of, mainly due to a Duolingo change. The Duolingo change, I talked about this quite a bit already. I started doing the recall where Duolingo swapped to focusing on kanji. So they swapped to focusing on kanji, and that's where all this review is starting. It turned out to be 50 days because no longer is Duolingo focused on introducing vocabulary. They're not focused on introducing new vocabulary. I mean, we're over 2,000 vocabulary words. They're focusing on introducing kanji. So all of this is adapted specifically to acquire kanji while still using Duolingo, right? Not that I couldn't be using other things. I could most certainly be using other. The idea is I'm going to try to complete the course in a manner that allows me to retain the kanji. So that's kind of how that goes. So day 2 starts with total recall, right? And then we do our second lesson set. Second lesson set, which is more or less the same as the intro set. So, it'll be around 4 to 7, whichever the first set is, 4 to 7 lessons. And here we would try to aim for completing the kanji entries. So basically filling up the goal blocks. It's a completionist thing for fun. So complete the kanji entries. And then we call it a day. No need for... I think now I occasionally... while we're completing the second set, now I'm making another focus shift. I'm focusing on grammar points. And not so much like whether the grammar is new or not. Do I still understand the grammar? They're simple sentences. So usually this doesn't take too much. And the grammar points, secondary to the grammar point, or primary actually to the grammar points, is any hiragana elements or things that are represented by hiragana, and then anything else that I dropped kanji, right? So now, since I already done my recall, I know what I know going into the lesson, and now I am focused on all the things I have missed the first time. So now instead of focusing on the things that I know, I'm looking for things that I forgot or didn't know. And that's usually something like a phrase that is kept in hiragana, or like situational words or positional words, or like kara, like a use for kara, a use for made, and some things, subtlety like that. And then dropped kanji also includes not listed kanji. So Duolingo has this weird thing where not all the kanji somehow makes it to the kanji section. So I had to pick up all of those. and make sure that I know those. Like to this day, I think I'm not sure aruku and hashiru is in the list, right? So there are drop kanji, which I actively pay attention to those now because Duolingo doesn't provide that aid or that categorization, right? Go the extra beat. In fact, the ones that are not listed are the ones that I largely remember the best, oftentimes because I'm making an active conscious effort to looking at them. However, with this structure, I make it a priority to make sure I know all the things that are already listed, already provided, by actively focusing on them. Even if they're listed, that doesn't entitle me to be complacent. Like, I'm not saying, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about this. It's going to be in my deck, or it's going to be on my... No, I'm responsible for it. So I'm prioritizing what is offered, what is very lenient, because in my opinion, it makes one complacent. You are less likely... I won't talk to other people about other people. I am more likely to forget something that is provided for me. Like, for example, writing a character. You will not be able to remember it as well as writing it. For me, personally, if I am able to write it, it is the most demanding output that I have for visualizing the character, reading the character, and whatnot. So I use writing as an output for that. So that's day 2, right? Day 2. Yeah, I think I covered most of it in day 2. Now the last day is review day. So when we get to day 3, review. It has a 3 lesson personalized practice. Right? And then it has a roundup. It divides the current lessons. So if the lesson had 4 lessons, like the first 2, then it'll have 2 lessons. So it's a half lesson set of the current lesson, and then one trophy lesson, which is another review. So that's a review on review on review. And the personalized practice, they go anywhere from like, I'm going to say approximately 6 units back. It's like within the last 6 units. So they'll take something from the last 6 units, pick one of those units. Actually, they pick like 2 units, blend them together, and then cycle through them. And that's kind of how personalized practice works right now. I don't know if that's ever going to change. It kind of sort of changed as you go through the sections. So at least in my opinion, it felt like it changed. I don't know what, I'm not a developer and I don't talk to the developer, so I don't actually know how they determine it. It feels roughly 6 units back. And obviously, we got to remember that it starts with total recall again. Total recall is at the beginning of every section, right? And this would be considering 1 lesson, 1 unit, like 1 unit's worth of stuff. And then I would carry that 1 unit for another 3 days into total recall. So while I finish the unit in 3 days, there will be another 3 days in which I am doing whatever I constructed on day 1 with everything else for the next 3 days. And that is currently the pattern that I'm going. And after the 6th day, I drop this set. So I drop the unit and rotate in the next unit. So that's how the 3-day cycle has come to be. Every 3 days, there's going to be a new set. I drop a set and come back. And while that's happening, I'm slowly trying to make a review, prepare for a review like today. So Everything else is catered towards building for these tentative reviews, which will go over a closed off time. Now, I haven't decided when I'm going to do like an even larger one, and I don't think I'm going to. I did try back in day 100 to go over all the grammar rules up to this point and then highlight the things I like to do, or like I like to say, or things that are recurring. However, might not happen. The reason why I'm saying it might not happen for Japanese is that in the last 50 days, I mentioned that they stopped introducing, like not introducing new words. They're more focused on introducing kanji. Now, to me, I think it's by coincidence, or maybe not. I think it might be by design that 100 on day 150, around there, was when I start the journey all over again through kanji. So I don't actually need to review all the 2000 vocabulary words, in my opinion, at the moment, because Duolingo is probably going to do that for a lot of those words. Because those words, all the hiragana that I know, like all the reads and stuff, they need kanji. And so I'm naturally rediscovering those words. So what does that mean? It means to me, I can do this and continue to do this and still review the words I would have reviewed if I tried to do a master review. And that is the plan. That is the big madness, method to the madness right now. And how I'm going to repurpose reviewing and stuff is I'm engaging in other things. So Shashinko is an edutainment game, and little by little, pretty much Duolingo is moving at a pace now because of its kanji focus. It's moving at a pace to basically running laps across all the Shashinko material. So while Shashinko, by coincidence, is having a lot of things that by the time Duolingo gets to, some of those things, like I already know this stuff. That's cool, right? So in the immersion slot, there's going to be things that I will keep bringing Duolingo into. So once I'm complete with Shashinko, it's going to be off to the next thing. What is the next thing? It's either going to be a game called So to Speak, or an ongoing developing game called Wakotabi. And that is going to be how I'm going to review the long distance one. So I'm not concerned about making a master review of the Duolingo course. And even more so than this, I know for a fact that at the end of the Duolingo course, there's a generator, a pool generator for the prompts across its entire course. And even on top of that, right? Like it's 6 months down the road, by the way. It's more than 6 months down the road. By the time I get there, I will probably be testing out LLMs and interaction with LLMs before I even try to test out Duolingo's LLM model. And that is the ultimate non-diminished return way of reviewing the things that are important to me, and selectively, because you will be actively role-playing them. And that's largely why I think for me, I'm going to avoid making an incredibly large review of the master list. Because sitting down trying to write 2000 vocabulary words sound like an absolute devastating demonstration of excess, in my opinion. I'm not one to gravitate towards excess of anything. There's being too efficient. Yes, you heard me, right? I haven't misspoken. There's a balance between hyper focusing on things. Right? I focus on some efficiency things. However, making it all about efficiency is incredibly dehumanizing, in my opinion, and incredibly non-sustainable. It can rob one of their humanity, in my opinion, like their passion, the liberties. Like, for example, it is possible, like bodybuilders, for example. That's not the life for me. So you can be as hyper efficient as you want. Know that I'm not a person that does that. I encourage people to be a little bit lax enough for them to be happy, loosely enjoying the thing they're doing, priorities, and then being able to gain progress in the process of doing it. So enjoy what you do first, and gaining a bonus from enjoying what you're doing, right? Because we're talking about a voluntary process. So this is kind of the schedule that I have right now with only Duolingo and Shashinko, or the slots, right? And this will change probably moving forward from this point on. In fact, there are some thoughts I don't know how I'm going to implement, right? There's a chance I need to break up the immersion slot to different types of immersion at some point. So now we're going into our last section of the review that I typically do, which is distant future plans, right? People like to, at least this part is fairly interesting to quite a lot of people in general, because I feel like there's a habit that forms in looking too far into the future or getting excited about the future and forgetting the past. All the important things that are more, like, if you want to read the subtext, I start with more important things and then follow it up with like nuanced things at the end, because I want to get to the more important things first before the end. So the kanji, the writing, the summary, and what I just talked about supersedes this. However, let's go into things that are in the future. We're talking about another 50 days in the future, maybe even 2 or 3 months in the future, right? And I kind of hinted at some of them. So, future. Things in the future, right? And we're talking about 3 months, even greater than 3 months into the future. That might not seem like a lot of time for people who are constantly living 2 years ahead or 3 years ahead, but 3 months is an astronomical amount of time for someone like myself, largely because I kind of eat, sleep, wake, do these things. Okay, so as a slight perspective check, 3 months is a very long time. So what is greater than 3 months along the line? Well, we're gonna have to do some tweaking to the immersion slot. Right, immersion slot. That's where I'm testing the waters, right? So Shashinko is a test. I test with Shashinko, how manageable it is, and then I test it with Wagotabi. Right. So this is a test. How do I manage my time? How do I integrate another slot so that I can expand and contract? Because Duolingo, I already mentioned that Duolingo has another 6 months left, right? Before I change something, before I change Duolingo into maintenance, because Duolingo does have a maintenance where you have the section 6 where you can pick up and go. So the maintenance is, in my opinion, how people treat Anki most of the time. So I have not ever considered, except for a few exceptions. Oh, and I forgot to mention that in the previous one. There is one little thing that I need to mention here that is very important. When it gets near a review day, when I had to get close, right? Get close to review, like today, like this day, I do spend approximately 4 to 5 days reviewing. So, and I use Duo for that, whatever their layout is, because I'm responsible for the Duo stuff. So I still do that. So this is added to all of these. It breaks the cycle. So outside of this, when it gets close to a day divisible by 50 now, so we're doing 50 days. So close to day 250, the next point, I will be spending another 4 or 5 days where I break the cycle and focus on reviewing in any way I can. That's how this stuff is not this stuff is fresh. It's accompanied by all the experience I have. However, I did go over this in prep for it, and most of it allowed me to gauge how much I remember. So this is certainly, I've written this from memory. However, it's not like I didn't think about this in the last 3 or 4 days. Okay, so now we go back here, and that's what I mean by maintenance, by the way. That's what made me thought about the maintenance. I think a lot of times people are in constant maintenance, not actually actively constructing. Or actively recalling, even. Why do I say that? Especially with Anki and flashcards. I say that because I see the same problem. Like, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a representative of them, but I see myself not actively recalling, and not actively constructing if I don't try to do those things. And without this component, you are maintaining and not necessarily engaged. And without that level of engagement, things get fuzzier and fuzzier over time. And what I mean by fuzzy, I mean complacent. So what happens with complacency is things get a little loose. And certainly if you're okay with that, then it's fine. A lot of people find this very negative. I already mentioned that I don't mind it on the things that are not important to me. It is very, very natural to understand that the things you're not engaged in, the things that you don't like to remember or actively use or construct with, they're going to get loose and hazy. They can be reinforced with context. That's where Anki comes in. The context, quote unquote, the context is the card itself. You've seen this card a bunch of times. You've seen the order of these words and characters a bunch of times. That in itself is a context. It is a situational context as opposed to a constructive creative context. Now, the constructive creative context is a gold standard. There's a reason why these are gold standards, right? It might not be in those specific words, but when you're talking to someone, you have to actively construct. When you are responding and living somewhere, you're actively constructing and recalling. Those things are incredibly engaging. They are engaging and thus also incredibly exhausting. They require a lot of effort, right? And the more complacent you become, the looser that will get, right? Ever had a discussion with someone and then immediately forget what they were talking about? That is not engagement. That is passive listening. Passive listening, passive filters, and you rely on your intuition. What is your intuition? Your context-based your context-based autonomic functions, right? Oh, I already know, I've done this 1,000 times. Like, that's great. You talk to someone, like your parents go towards you and talk to you and say, yeah, they always say this. And then suddenly, what if your parents just said something different one day within that context? You probably wouldn't have remembered it, because you glossed over it. Like, for example, when you go to a streamer and say, oh yeah, that's just another streamer that uses Duolingo. It's like, let's just assume all the same things about this streamer, and then that cuts down the gristle. And then let's just say the same things that I say to every Duolingo streamer. It's easy. It's complacent. It's rudimentary. Do you even understand what you're saying to the person anymore? That's in my nonchalant way of describing indirectly what an echo chamber is. It's far easier to echo something than to create something and actively, constructively use it to create a commentary or create an opinion or recall even the proper details. And this happens to me. So I try my best to prevent this from happening. So all the things that I've described in terms of schedule, what's in the future, is to prevent this from happening. I cannot be complacent. If I do, lots of things are going to fall by the wayside. I'm going to reductively have a tendency to generalize everything so that it makes less effort. Like, when was the last time you heard someone say, oh man, everyone says this. Oh man, that's pretty much everything that all this and none of this ever do. That's reductive generalization, in my opinion. And I had another, I think that constitutes 80 to 90% of video comments. To me, like real, actual, anecdotal experience. That is the commentary that I have most. Now the other 10% makes up for all of that, emotionally at least, and sentimentally. When I would not be wanting to do this if it wasn't for holding out for the 10% or even less, actually. Having people who can express, construct, and actively recall things that they did and used. Now, I wasn't actually talking about language learning here. However, this is also applied to language learning. That is how I learn details about people, how I remember details about people, how to not try to treat people like an objective mark, right? Because you have to stay actively engaged in order to actually know an individual for being an individual, not a group. So if you lump things together, ask yourself if you're doing that with language learning, because in the long run, if you tell yourself you're interested in the nuance of a language and you spend most of your time generalizing, I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on there. The whole idea of nuance is that it's very difficult to generalize, right? That's the idea. Something that's nuanced is hard to generalize. So let's I'm not going to keep going down that road, but generally speaking, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so for the maintenance thing, Duolingo is going to enter maintenance after 6 months. So I'm planning on all the things that will allow me to go beyond the maintenance, right? And I like maintaining, don't get me wrong. I love things that I do really well now, and I continue to maintain them. My diet, my running schedule, my journaling, my video consumption, my reading habits, those are maintenance right now. I actually sideline those for minimum effort. I can maintain them while exploring new things. So I'm choosing to dedicate all my active energy to language learning, and everything else goes into maintenance mode. How is this relevant to what I've observed in conversations with people? I think most people think that they learn by maintenance. In my opinion, what I have described as maintenance. Like, oh yeah, I'm maintaining the schedule. I'm grinding this schedule. It's just a grind. Okay, today I'm going to do like 10 words. Tomorrow I'm going to do 10 words. And to me, how someone describes they're going to do the 10 words explains to me, at least subtextually. I might be a little presumptuous here, but I think oftentimes I would say I'm closer to the picture than maybe some people around them that are offering advice. When you say I'm going to learn another 10 words and you don't even talk about those 10 words, the last 10 words you learned to anyone, even like for myself, the first question I would ask is, hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, I did my Anki. It's like, oh yeah, so what did you learn in Anki? And the person's like, the same. I've been doing 10 words a day. And they didn't describe. They weren't even invested in the words that they learned. So to me, that screams maintenance. They're maintaining a schedule with no active construction or recall at all. That's kind of like enjoying a movie and then leaving the theater and not remembering what happened in the movie. Which, if you might be thinking, that doesn't happen to anyone, does it? Well, I would say for the most part, people might remember one or two scenes in a movie that really related to them and elevate them. That's active engagement, right? They were able to engage with the movie. When the movie is awful, right, it's still active engagement because there's a chance that negative emotion is causing them to fixate actively on looking for something. The mid experience is often the passive experience. Where like, you're indifferent. Well, then it's a very forgettable movie. And that's kind of where I'm going with it. So, with that said, that was a side digression on trying to, in my opinion, explain something that I feel is worth talking about very, very often, largely due to the nature of sometimes people blindside themselves in thinking. You probably heard this before, especially with Duolingo, because Duolingo is very, very casual for it. Thinking there is progress. Thinking there is progress when you're spinning in place. And I don't like seeing that in people. Like it gets me very, very depressed. Like, and not that I'm gonna jump out of my way to like push someone to realizing that everyone has, everyone's entitled to their opinions and their choices and what. It is very, very disheartening when I see that where someone is passively thinking they are progressing by valuing, I don't know, something like a number or something. Like a number goes up, obviously there's progress. Number goes up can be progress, like for sure. Not all progress that are indicated by numbers are treated equal. And the idea is hopefully you're not spinning in place. They're subtextually based on people's conversations and patterns and attitude. It can be very revealing, at least in my opinion, to myself, whether the person is actively engaged in the thing they're doing or not. If a stranger asks you, like me, if I ask you something like, what is the most interesting thing that happened yesterday during your study session? You say you really love language learning. There's got to be something incredibly interesting to you that makes you continually interested in language learning. It's perfectly fine, in my opinion, when someone says, oh, it makes me feel calm, so I just like going through my flashcards because it makes me feel calm, or it makes me feel good. Feeling good is active. It's a functional thing. Now, the difference there is if it just makes you feel good, then you might not necessarily be learning anything. A person who's learning something would likely more inclined to share what they have learned or use it in a way to demonstrate that they have learned something. And it's not through the prompting of anyone. Like, it wouldn't necessarily even be needed to be prompt. Like, if you find yourself like, oh yeah, I can't wait to tell Maku about this. To me, that means you're actively learning. You're actively recalling. You're incentivizing. When you're not excited about what you're learning, you can still be learning something. I'm not saying exclusive. However, it is more likely that you're getting diminished return for your time, right? That is kind of how I view learning in general. Like, does Duolingo work? For example, that age-old question: does Duo work? Does Duo work? Well, ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know? I most certainly could answer that question. And I wouldn't need any other person's affirmation for it. With that said, though, if Duolingo doesn't work, I would advise you to stop using Duolingo if it doesn't work, right? If your goals are your goals. So personally, I don't have to answer this question for anyone who's already asking me the question sometimes, especially out of not knowing who I am or what I do and all that. And then if they don't express what they know and what they do, how could someone like myself possibly answer that question to be relevant to them? So not only is there going to be a disinterest, I can't even frame it in a manner that would interest them, right? I said this yesterday in terms of engagement. The whole like common phrase farming in a language learning thing, those common phrases can be different common phrases for other people, right? Yes, sure, statistics would say like, oh, you have to know how are you and all that stuff. That's fair enough. If people still have arguments on what are the common phrases that would get someone engaged, if you're worried about getting the common phrases because you have to, your indifference may make it longer than starting with phrases that you resonate with. Duo kind of takes that and runs with it. What do they think is relevant? Food. Is it more consistently relevant? I would actually argue that yes, based on social trends, that food would be inevitably more resonating. Does it allow you to go out and functionally use that? Yeah, no, you can't say how, food to someone and without greeting them and whatnot. Sure, order of operations, right? You can greet them in English though, and then use the food vocabulary. The chances of that is you're going to remember the food vocabulary as a springing point to learn everything around those. This is my personal take. This is my opinion. It might not be. Lots of other people may disagree with this. Perfectly all right. I'm not a language teacher. My thought is, if the person is already indifferent or find learning a chore to begin with, like, oh yeah, I'm just going through this because that's what everyone else is going through this, the odds of, regardless of how specialized or efficient or statistical based your language approach is, that person is indifferent. They view it as a chore. Learning optional things that you don't need to learn is going to be a tough sell for someone who is not even viewing the optional thing as something engaging, right? At least in my opinion. Now, if you get off at learning common phrases, that's great. It works. Like people who farm common phrases for different languages so that they can have casual, basic level conversation in many different languages, they're engaged. So they will likely remember those phrases far more quickly than someone who turns their nose up at them and say, well, I like to have deeper connection with my language, so I'll stick to a language and master that language. That works too. That definitely works. The idea that's common to both of them is they understand what engages them and they pursue it. Taking advice from someone and looking at advice because everyone does it, I wish and hope that you are part of those everyone. In general speaking though, those who seek advice are those ones where if you're looking for a video that tells you how to engage in the language indirectly, right, not functionally, right? If you're looking for resources, that's a different story. You either know what resources or don't know resources. That's great for information. If you're asking for how to stay consistent, you have to know the person you're asking first. As largely, the most reliable advice, in my opinion, are the ones you resonate with. Otherwise, if you're someone like me, I guess, I don't know what me is. However, one thing I can say is I would watch a bunch of people and I would take whatever that's useful to me. I don't watch a video and say, yeah, that's what I'll do. No, I watch a bunch of videos and this is relevant. This is relevant. I like this. My experience doesn't tell me that that's what I'm going to do. And this is where we come to our future stuff. We're rolling back to my future stuff. What are some of the stuff that I've collected that I resonate with and would like to do in the future? So we're definitely going to keep doing the video game thing, right? So we have the video game thing. I like edutainment. From a very young age. Edutainment, we're going to continue. There's still games in the horizon. I mentioned some of these games. They don't have like they're indie devs, so, and you know, they're not financially lucrative and there's no like trend for these. So these games have like devs that disappear and come back, and maybe they're largely passion projects. So it's difficult to know when they're going to come out. However, I will be making time for them. So to speak is probably the next most immediate one. Unless Wagotabi has a official launch, which it's already looking like 2025. So way too far in the future. This is looking like 2024. And then there's a few others I mentioned. So we're going to continue doing this. This is how I engage. No, it's not because of how hard something is. I'm like, this is so exhausting in my opinion about saying how hard the material is. I think the better question, in my opinion, the better question to ask is, how hard am I trying? Something that engages me, you bet your invisible virtual bucks that I'm trying very hard because I love it. I'm engaged. I feel exhausted, both physically and mentally, from how engaging the thing is. I'm overly enthusiastic to the point where, man, I should really stop this stream now, or I'm going to be very, very tired tomorrow. That is trying hard. Being granted, yes, challenging things are great. When you like challenging things, that's also great. I'm not saying that I don't specifically look for hard things. I also look if they're hard too. Hard and engaging. All of the above. More than one thing. More than a lot of things. The more checkboxes, better, at least in my opinion. I try harder and harder when more things are checked. So when there are things like edutainment games, often people think about it as, oh yeah, is this too easy? Is this content too easy? It's as hard as you make it. Real talk, in my opinion. I would ask, is this content engaging? Personally, if it's engaging, how do you make it harder? Because honestly, if you can already answer this question, how do you make it harder? You're probably already competent enough to do anything. When you make something, it's constructive. You're already constructing. While I might not know how to make Japanese language, like the actual Japanese language, harder, like I'm not going to change the Japanese language, I most definitely can make anything that involves using these things harder. What's the hardest thing I've done in Shashinko? Writing. Is it part of the game? No, but it is using the game and it's inspired by the game. Most of these techniques are inspired by things. So where there's ease, there might be time for inspiration. Where there's ease, there might be time, engagement, and passion rolls over new things. It is with these games that can create foundations for new games, right? So turning your nose up at things, I'm very indifferent to people who focuses on the objective hardness of anything. It robs one, in my opinion. It allows one to get into a position where they stop enjoying the, how I would say, the monotony of life or the monotony of maintenance, and feel that there are things that don't require your attention, like eating or waking up properly, sleeping well. Those things are easy, so you don't have to work on them. That's, at least in my opinion. And in an extreme case, these are extreme cases. I think for a most part, when something becomes slowly and steadily a problem, then that becomes hard enough to address for most people. For myself, I don't think that's the case. I go where interest guides me. I go where I see opportunity for improvement. So is there an opportunity to improve my sleep while juggling everything else? If the answer is yes, I'll engage myself in it, or I'll attempt to engage myself in it. We start with the basics or something like that. How would I get back into the scientific field after a long absence? Go back to the basics. I wouldn't rely solely on my legacy or my experience to say, oh, I don't need to review this anymore. I've had so and so many years. And I think that type of commentary definitely gives itself away. So I'm going to continue edutainment, right? Whether it's a from zero Japanese game or not, I absolutely love edutainment games. I actually would love to be involved in a project that bounds ideas or conceptualize the future of edutainment games, especially language learning games. It's a field that's basically no people do anymore. It's like not financially supported and whatnot. Edutainment games in general is not a thing. Like educational games in general, you might be thinking, well, what about those for kids stuff? It's like that's probably the biggest sector. Using making kind of like gamification things for younger kids, like very, very young. Toys and whatnot. It's, you know, however, those people who are consistent in those are companies, right? They're not passion projects like this. Anyways, so that's near future, right? We're going to continue doing this, and we are wanting to scale up. So we're going to scale up at some point. And what does that mean? I'm going to attempt at some point to read narration games or narrative games. And in terms of Japanese, there are lots of text narrative games, right? And other ones, there's a lot of audio games. And we'll start with audio again with English subtitles, because it's important to me that one can have the discipline to use subtitles and to listen to audio. And in the future, right? In the future, then we'll have Japanese subtitles. You know, that can happen. In fact, I think in the future, I'm more likely to use Chinese subtitles if that was a thing. Or Japanese games. Never know. The sky's the limit. We have to scale up in the near future. Hello there, Axe. So that is something. So narrative games are in the works, right? There's also a scale up to reading books. So the first place for reading books is bilingual books. Bilingual books. I have this aspiration of developing my voice and my communication style to meet reading for an open audience. In fact, I have this side aspiration to lending my voice to reading stuff like this, and possibly even writing my own at some point, or publishing. Not necessarily writing, because I'm already writing, but publishing something of my own. And without being able to engage in other books and whatnot, I would be very inexperienced, right? So that's kind of the idea. So bilingual books in the future. We might pick like personal interest bilingual books, or taking any of the books that I'm interested in that's already available in English, and then using the target language. That is something in the future. And something that has been brought up a couple times already, and I've suggested it a couple times, is the incorporation of LLMs. So, you know, ChatGPT and stuff. However, my goal of ChatGPT is not for the sake of specifically acquiring vocabulary and language and stuff. It's engaging in construction. So, with that mindset in mind, creative construction. The time when I will engage with LLMs, I want to be able to have ideas and tools, my specific skill set to create things in my image. So lead conversations and stuff like role playing would be from my creative standpoint. Like, what would that be? I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about sci-fi, or writing a review paper. For example, writing a review paper about a book I just read for content, or a game, an edutainment game that I have just recently played in the target language. And what would that mean as a reviewer or someone who plays video games in the gaming slot, right? We have to keep in mind there's still a gaming slot. Well, I might actually write reviews in 2 languages. If not 3. And one is going to be subpar, one is going to be another. The idea is I'm writing them. We're not going to take a take a English translator and then just plop it on there, right? Or something like that. That's the idea. We're integrating all the things that I already currently do, what I'm interested in, and I'm using them to set up for how I'm going to interact with my language, my target language in the future. And this is like within the next, this is like greater than 6 months out, right? Meanwhile, I'm on the outside of all of this. I still have my gaming slot that I only recently introduced back in, my gaming slot. Now, what does this have to do with target language? Well, video games come from, there are a lot of video games that come from Japan, right? And thanks to, you know, a certain black myth Wukong, China seems like a pretty done deal too. Not to mention like Hoyoverse and MiHoYo stuff, right? Well, how does that work? At some point, whatever I'm doing here, which is deck building right now, it's the indie scene, right? The indie scene. A lot of times, Japanese and Chinese industries have a lot of indie experimentation. So, what is to say that as I continue to do my gaming slot, I'm able to leverage the idea that I'm working on Japanese and Chinese to intersect between these, right? And then we're going to be talking about gaming stuff. So then it becomes a functional reason for me to use my language. The idea is you're going to lose a language if you have no motivation to use it, or no, like, very rarely use it and compartmentalize it. So this is there, it's all connected. Right now it might not seem like it because, well, I'm really far away. It's at least, you know, over 3 months away to even scale up to that. And all the while, I'm still going to continue to do all of this stuff, which is a refinement in my schedule. And then all these other points in order for me to gauge how much I can handle, how much I can deliberate and stuff, and how negotiate scheduling, how I feel, what my life is going to be like. All that stuff has to be managed, and it's very meticulous. I'm very meticulous when it comes to these situations, and I want to give people, and at least in my opinion, those who manage to end up listening to me for like 5 hours, that this 5 hours is every single day of my life, every single second. If you're thinking like, oh yeah, you know, Maku's pretty lax, he's not even employed, he doesn't work a job. My life is my job. So it's a great thing and I love it. I love my life. I also love my job as well. I loved my job, but I couldn't manage it because I loved my job a little too much. It was a little too much. So all this stuff, yeah, unlimited, untapped enthusiasm. However, that untapped enthusiasm requires balance, discipline, and scheduling. Now, on the opposite end, which is how I feel about quite a lot of people that I've interacted with over the course of this language learning, they're out there, in my opinion, projecting and trying to get affirmation for their own achievements onto someone else. And I want to make it perfectly clear that it will likely work for a lot of impressionable people out there. I just don't happen to be one of them. I actually find it incredibly disrespectful a lot of times. And also, I'm not the one that needs to be humbled, because honestly, I really don't feel like whatever I'm doing is quite special. I like to believe that lots of successful people out there who is very happy in their lives actually don't choose to make content. They really don't. You have to think about the self-selection that is involved in making content, like being a content creator. Content creators are passionate people who are largely about themselves. And I don't do content creation as a profession right now because I don't, in my opinion, and I don't necessarily motivated to make it about myself. So most of the stuff that I say here is stuff I would do with or without content creation. Honestly, I wouldn't. I would still do most of this stuff the way I'm doing it if I didn't stream it. The idea here is I would like to hope that some of this stuff can be inspiring, or maybe someone can take a lot of these things and run with it and then create something out of it. Or dear me, if they come back and say, oh yeah, this part, it really changed the outlook, and then now I did all this stuff and I did all this stuff better than you, and I'm like, awesome, that's pretty cool. That's exactly the point. Now, it's a different story when 9 out of 10 times you get encountered by someone who thinks they're better than you and then tries to offer you advice. And honestly, now I don't think I'm better than anyone most of the time. However, I'm also not fooled by arrogance and pride. So living in my headspace implies that I'm more than likely experienced enough to see someone who is not having my interest in mind, and at the same time I know that I don't have to do necessarily anything about it. I think that person will maybe find their life lessons and all that stuff on their own, right? This is the best way I can communicate my experience without having the experience yet. So with all that said, I haven't been able to do any of this stuff yet. So that's why I wanted to raise awareness about looking too far into the future, planning too far into the future, and then expecting that future to stay its course. So this is as far as I'll go. It sounds really cool. All these ideas are very cool. Like, oh yeah, I can't wait to read, I can't wait to see you read. Oh, and they're future things, right? They're still future things. One other future thing. Spanish is coming, right? Spanish is coming. So it's going to rope through and quality QA. It's going to QA all the strategies that I've had so far. So it is a testing ground. Sorry, not QA. QC all the things I've been doing for my Japanese course in my Chinese learning, right? So Spanish is coming. And in that future, we have a lot of Spanish people, like a lot of Spanish speaking people that will change up the way I learn Spanish. So that's also really cool and coming up, right? I didn't simply focus on Japanese, and then while I was learning Japanese, I didn't simply I added Chinese. I didn't simply focus on Chinese and Japanese. I'm looking for other people who are learning other languages, and if any of them coincides with my interests, I'm using that as a platform to grow, not to confine myself to some selective predetermined path that I set myself for. For voluntary hobbies, not for a job. That's a different story. We're not talking about professional jobs and stuff where you need clarity and commitment. This is the voluntary nature of stuff. And to stay motivated is to be connected, in my opinion, with people. That also is a source of motivation, not just yourself. However, if you have enough motivation for just yourself, by all means, all the power to you. I invest in people when it comes to these things. Not, I came to love Japanese and I came to love Chinese largely due to my investment in people. Otherwise, English is perfectly sufficient if you think about the pragmatic use of English. So, no, it's not objectively like, yes, in a sense that I concede that there's a lot of value, objective value, to learning another language. Like, cue your professional person, like craftsman and stuff, trying to sell language learning or like trying to provocatively demonstrate that there's a lot of value to learning a secondary language and keeping that part of the curriculum. I totally get the objective nature and the pragmatic nature of those arguments. On the flip side, I would like to add to it. I would like to add to the other benefits that are subjective and varied, incredibly varied. So it's hard to quantify and whatnot. And that is the opportunities of human interaction and the opportunities available for human interpersonal skill development. So it does overlap with a lot of his arguments and a lot of other scholars' arguments. The whole improvement of having more opportunities for critical thinking and problem solving and intuition development and whatnot, that is probably what I would like to emphasize, along with potential emotional belonging, right? Being able to achieve another language in itself can be very emotionally gratifying. It might not be the only thing that can drive someone, or I feel like sometimes it's almost a little too much leaned on the whole accomplishment thing. I think the things along the way is arguably even more fantastic, because you're going to spend more time in that process than waiting for that milestone to happen. Like, when are you going to get fluent, for example, right? Like, how long does it take to get to fluency? My usual thought is, in a very serious tone, you get fluent when you get fluent. If I don't get fluent, I'm still going to be very happy because I interacted with a lot of people, or I was able to make it a part of my life, right? It's kind of like all the little kiddos out there who say they can only enjoy something if they're good at it, and they can only enjoy something if they manage to succeed in it. Like, boy, howdy. That is going to be a very tough road for you to relate to a lot of people, if not anyone at all. Being constantly hyper-focused on being the best at something is a very, very lonely road, and one that can be achievable by someone who understands how lonely that road and embraces that loneliness. In this case, not so much. All this stuff, it looks like a jumbled mess of ambitions. Half of this stuff may never happen. I don't know. One day someone's gonna walk in and say, "This is awesome. I want to do this. Do you want to be part of it?" And I look at it and it's like, yes, all right, all this is gone. So planning is great. You have your plans, you can work towards them. I'm always open to opportunities. So here's that future slice of things, right? Someone already told me, am I going to use Anki? We might as well throw in Anki here. So Anki, I'm going to throw in around narration and edutainment games, because I can see myself using the Anki interface as a bookkeeping thing. It can be removed. It can, like, there's a lot. There are other plugins as well. People probably told me, I think there's at least 10 possible plugins that I can use with any of these future projects. Perfectly apt. And then there are plugins I don't want to use because it conflicts with another one, right? LLMs, already said a bunch of times. Actually, someone wrote a really wonderful, cogent, positive experience with using ChatGPT in its current state for interacting with the Japanese language. We already have multiple people that talked about bilingual books. Excellent. And many people talk about Japanese subtitles and Chinese subtitles in video games, and then like quote unquote it's the gold standard for immersion when you don't have native speakers. Fair enough, we got that right. These are all ideas. In my opinion, most of these ideas are future projects that are inspired off of my interactions with other people. If I was an arrogant, prideful person, I would just stick to Duolingo and make it my only resource, right? That's not how that works. Obviously, that's being pedantic at this point, right? And in my gaming slot, this is my personal self-interest gaming slot, right? I would love to be able to review games in both Japanese, Chinese, and English and Spanish for anyone who's interested, right? I want to break down the language barrier for me personally when interacting with video games. So in the future, I think there one part of pride and arrogance that would be very self-satisfying or rewarding is the idea that someone's gonna come in and speak Spanish, and I'm like, let me describe this game in Spanish for you. How does that work for me? In a sense, I can appeal to indie devs. Not like big corporate things and whatnot. I may be able to appeal to someone who has my level of mannerisms and time and format, but I'm a little bit more appealing in terms of I have more languages, and it's one of the major macro languages in gaming, for example. Major macro language in gaming, right? So yes, call it a calculated risk. That's one of the things. What's another thing? Using other apps? Possibly. I am not going to close the door because I already am so deep in Duo. I'm not going to close the door on Wanikani. If that's available, as in like I contact the devs and etc., right? Because I review products. I like reviewing tools. It's great to be instructional about things, right? I'm no stranger to reinventing the wheel too, for the sake of having fun reinventing the wheel, not for profit and for pragmatism. Like using Wanikani after using Duolingo is not redundant because I just want to do something. I want to evaluate what the competition is and all that stuff, right? That kind of thing. And what was the last thing that people talk about? Anime. I can't do anime because it's copywritten. However, I still watch anime, and I still read manga where people suggest manga. So it still happens. It can't happen on screen unless I'm making my own manga, which, hold the phone. There's always an opportunity, right? One thing I could do is I could start a web comic series about language learning or maybe the indie game scene, and I can draw all the things because I'm an amateur digital artist, quote unquote amateur digital artist. I can draw the things and then write them in 4 languages, and it could be something marketed to kids because my level of comprehension is not complex. For example, I could make it kid friendly. Like, let's write a cute little web comic about overcoming overcoming an obstacle, right? I can be inspirational about it. That can happen in the future. I can actually see myself drawing the panels. I still have an art month coming up. So these are the things, right? These are plans. They're not set in stone. However, there are lots and lots of ideas. There's so many ideas even that I cannot let this dominate what I'm currently doing. Why do I say that? This is where I feel all this stuff here in different colors is how marketing and YouTube algorithms and stuff has made people view what they believe is the reality of how to be successful. You have a lot of great ideas, and therefore you're bound to be successful. That, in my opinion, is cool. It's part of the picture. It's most definitely part of the picture. Actualizing the process in how you get there, in my opinion. Now, while it may not, it's subjective what contributes to it. If you don't have the idea, how could you start in the first place? You can make an argument for origin effect. However, in the reality, once you become successful with that idea, the reality is 80 to 90% of the time is the process of getting there, not the idea itself. Now, you need what is most important when someone says, oh, but which one's more important? Everything, all of it is important. It's required to create the thing. It's sufficiency. It's not sufficient to be a hard worker without vision. Without vision, you can't. What are you working towards? Right? So we can get that out of the way. The reality, though, is that until you get to that goal, everything else is not that goal. Right? That is the truth. That is the fact. So this stuff is so fantastic. I can talk about all the great ideas, and people like those ideas and stuff. But will it happen? It can. There's a chance it can happen. And I love talking about future ideas and whatnot. But what are the most what is the reality? This is what it looks like right now. This is what I'm doing right now. And that doesn't stop someone from looking at my thumbnail and then say 15 seconds, I know exactly what this guy is doing. Let's write a comment about how I understand exactly what they're doing. Honestly, I wouldn't write that about anyone as well, because it's probably really complicated. The idea is, how expressive are you about the back end? Like, do you want to think about your stuff like this? I mean, you could. I certainly wouldn't advise it if you want to be a content creator, because long format content is basically non-existent. And when I mean long format content, it's relative. What is considered long format content? 10 minutes. Maybe nowadays it's stretched to like 30 minutes. So, no, I wouldn't advise doing it this way, perhaps. For me, the first thing I'm doing is, this is a self-indulgence. So when someone says, oh, you just like listening to yourself talk, it's like, yes. I mean, I hate the way my voice sounds, but generally speaking, what I'm recording here is a message to myself. It's a rudimentary way of recording something and then maximizing its potential. As in, I would already do all of this stuff if I wasn't streaming. So how could I functionally gain something else? Well, I could share it. And then, a cynical person would come up and say, well, what if the things you share are terrible and people criticize you and stuff? It's like, good. I mean, that's how I would learn about things, right? Now, but what if they criticize you about the things that they're wrong about? It's like, well, that's also informative too, because if they're upset about something that I can't possibly change, like how long my videos are or how long my live sessions are, then I take it. I'll try my best, humbly apologize, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm really long-winded. This channel is for me to record something for posterity. Maybe one day I'll have a little one of my own and I could show them what I did when I was, in my middle age and whatnot, and be very humbled by it and see how I change over time. That's kind of like the best thing I can say about this experience. And all the people that I make, all the people that I get involved and I talk to over the year, right? That is why I am recording content creation. So I'm not after your attention. If you are to bless me with your attention and give me the privilege of your attention, I most certainly will be yapping your ears off until you stop wanting my attention. That is the interest here, right? So here, this is my best attempt. I'm a little bit over time, so we're getting a good end message here, right? So let's put everything on the screen, right? This is what we did today. I actually quite like how the kanji turned out, actually. So the Japanese part, that was pretty good. Awesome. I think we got over all of my points. Yes, focus on quality of life, build more consistency, milestones, will incorporate 50 days. Yeah, we got over all over the topic, right? Actually, this turned out way better too. Describing the routine that I have going on right now. That worked out pretty well. I'm probably gonna modify and rehash a lot of this for the Chinese one. My Chinese review is going to be in another 4 or 5 days. So it's gonna be like day 105 or 104 for Chinese. And it's going to be slightly different because the topic will be slightly different. It will be comparing and contrasting the Duolingo Japanese experience with the Duolingo Chinese experience. Because my thoughts with the Chinese course is incredibly intertwined with the Japanese course. Meanwhile, for this one, I was talking about the slots, the immersion slots, because Japanese is further ahead, technically. And I'm looking more into what I'm currently doing with the immersion slot of things. Like, how do I create immersion with content creation for myself? Like, how do I record things that I like to do and love to do, use that to leverage my target language, right? And it has been there forever, right? Like, ever since I was 5. I really love things that come out of Japan, right? And for Chinese, I live in a Chinese household, so that in itself may be a little hard to demonstrate. However, I have stories I can share and whatnot. I mean, the one thing that people talked about is maybe cooking with my family and stuff like that. That's like really far in the future. So it's kind of tough, but who knows? I might start like a cooking section that talk about like Chinese culture and Chinese cooking, and then when my parents are retired, maybe we'll have several years. There's so many ideas to make it so that I can use my target language, right? This is what it looks like. This is what my brain looks like for y'all, right? This is it. At the end of the day, if I need a visual representation of what it looks like in my head, maybe not necessarily only with words and stuff, this is probably what it looks like. Lots of floating ideas. There's an order to it, right? Oh, there's every layer has an order to it to some extent, right? There's orders to it. And that's how you manage it. At least in my opinion, that's how I manage all of these things. What does that lead me to at the end? If, in my opinion, if you approach things like this over time with lots of experience, right? College, graduate school taught me this. Like, I have to be successful at a certain level requires, in my opinion, or it's heavily encouraged that you be able to navigate all these things. Self-improvement, self-evaluation, output, like methodology improvements, critical thinking, emotional maintenance, physical maintenance. Many of these skills I often do not see represented in content creation. And that's not because people don't care. In my opinion, is one is not incentivized by the system, whatever this crazy coincidence of a system, it's not incentivized to have people wanting to know these things. What they want is a 1 minute YouTube short with that covers 30 minutes worth of content in a hyper aggressively jump cut sequence to display a concept that probably requires even more than 30 minutes, really. So that is probably my little like grain of salt here. Someone actually told me briefly recently, like, can I like edit all my videos and then have like a cut to all the funny parts in my video? And my first inclination is like, boy, it would be very hard to find funny moments in my videos considering how long they are, and that I don't typically target being funny. And at the same time, it illustrates what it feels like when you're talking to a new generation of people whose attention, like interest, now I'm not saying attention span, there's a difference between someone's attention span, like the maximum capacity of their interest, their potential, versus what their current engagement is. Their current engagement is short format. I said this, if I didn't record anything 5 years ago, like I didn't store anything, so those are to ether. I said this 5 years ago, actually over 6 years ago, when I started streaming on Twitch. This is long form format for me. I'm not a person who will cave or compromise on the idea that giving the impression to people that successful things, skills, that stuff develops overnight. It is certainly, other people certainly can do that, and extraordinary people can do that, and then other people can choose to edit it in that way. I won't largely give anyone the impression that it is like easy to do something very quote unquote hard, and also just a slight twinge of shade being thrown when things slow down and when you do things that take a lot of time. It looks easy in the moment, and to me, or it looks easier in the moment, or maybe I may be able to present it as easier in the moment to illustrate, in my opinion, the point that when you manage to look at future objectives while still focusing on the present, one is less likely to become overwhelmed by all the things you have to do. So when I'm looking at this page of possibilities, this is incredibly overwhelming, even to me. Like, how the heck am I going to start reading a bilingual book? I haven't even planned that out yet. How am I going to like use ChatGPT? I'm still brainstorming on these things, right? It's incredibly overwhelming when you're not even focusing on the past and you're looking at all the places you can go. You're planning all these things out, loosely planning all these things out, and you have no way of the road there. So that's overwhelming, right? And what I'm trying to illustrate is this also looks overwhelming. However, when I was going through it, it seems like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, you just do this, you do that, and you do it for 30 days. What else? What are you gonna do for like thinking for the other 30 days? Like, that's the point. It gives you a lot of time. And I know that some people say, but my time is limited, it's precious. Like, well, yes, there is that too. You could also, the alternative is spend 30 days brainstorming, weighing all your time onto one thing and hope that it succeeds. That's not what this looks like. This looks like I'm doing many different things I'm doing them step by step, trying to iron out certain things and whatnot. And the worst it can happen is I revert back to the thing I was doing a week ago or 2 weeks ago. The idea is I'm constantly trying to make it work a bit better, you know, and so on. And I'm building experience. This is the first time I've ever self-studied language, and no, in no place in my mind, call it a weird flex or some sort of subjective thing, I don't think in any realm of possibility that I think I would fail learning a language. Because the idea is I'm not thinking about failing. I'm not thinking about not reaching that lofty goal at the end. I'm thinking about what I could accomplish now, right? Or the immediate future. What have I accomplished now? Well, at least for Japanese, I know all the N5 grammar rules. How much value is that? I'm not concerned about that. Someone says, oh, well, that's not valuable because you haven't spoke anything. It's like, yeah, well, you're clearly looking at me like 3 or 4 years down the line, and I'm not looking at that. I mean, sure, perhaps. Right? Like, oh, yeah, but you haven't done this. In another 3 or 4 years, you're going to regret it. It's like, I guess we'll see about it, right? If I'm not regretting it now, what are the chances that I'll regret it later? Lots of times, people think about how they're going to feel in 5 or 6 years, as opposed to how they feel right now. And I think that creates myopia, or like a lack, you know, that creates, ironically, that's like the opposite. That's a terrible word, because I just made a double entendre with it. It creates very narrow vision. If you're constantly living 2 years in the future, how do you even know that the things you are doing are working now? How do you even know that you feel good or you can be consistent if your head is constantly so far in the future? This is it. This is what I mean. And I don't mind people thinking what I'm doing is easy, first and foremost. If people are getting the impression, they come up to me and say, oh, you're just being lazy. You're not supposed to be having fun while doing something that's supposed to be hard. And yes, anyone can do what you're doing. Good, 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 and good. It should be, in my opinion, appear like it's very approachable. You should be having fun, at least, to some extent, because it is very approachable. And it should be calming. All this stuff, even though it's really complicated, like for example, when I was writing characters, right? Where do you start? I start one character at a time. You write one character at a time. And in an hour, you fill up a page. When you look at any one point in time, it's approachable. Start with one character. Get 2. Get 3. If you go back to my day 1 video, I can't do any of this. None of this, let alone from memory. I can't do any of this from memory. I had no routine in mind other than I trust Duolingo. I use the Duolingo thing, analyze what is working for me and not working for me. I take in feedback from other people and continue to do more. So that is how I truly like to remind myself why I enjoy learning in general. This is, and probably low key, this is effectively what the scientific method is. It might not look like the scientific method because I didn't use words like, here's the problem, here's the hypothesis, here's the methodology, here are the results, here's the conclusion, and then you start over. After, in the conclusion and discussion section, it has more questions. Those questions lead to more problems, which leads to more hypotheses, right? That's what I'm doing here. Only, in my opinion, I decide to not use those terms because I think they're hyperly reductive and sometimes people get the wrong impression. What can I do to alleviate misunderstanding? Use more time to explain things. Does that prevent misunderstanding? No, because it doesn't stop the current trend of hyper-reductive, objective-oriented thinking, where someone can look at a thumbnail and think that they understand something and don't even bother to look at the video being 8 hours long, and suggest that in all their infinite wisdom and ability, they could make a comment by looking at 30 seconds of the video, if not even looking at the video. You are more than welcome, in my opinion, random stranger in the world, and the hundreds of future strangers, you're more than welcome to make comments elsewhere where their videos are like 1 minute long and you make like a snap judgment in 5 seconds. That's perfectly proportionally appropriate. I don't call it a unicorn situation or a black sheep situation, but generally speaking, I think it takes a lot of inexperience and incompetence, not necessarily the person is incapable of learning, incompetence, arrogance, and pride to make a comment about someone's work when you knowingly have all the information in front of you to demonstrate that you can't possibly know the significant portion of that content, right? This is the investment. The reason why I suggest that I'm not a person who is made for content creation in the sense of industrial things is that I prefer to have a length that is pre-selected, right? This is a huge pre-selection barrier. So in what way do I know that I can genuinely take advice and interact with someone if they are able to if they were proportionally able to understand and participate in the wall that I have placed up? So yes, I most definitely and unemphatically understand who I can trust and who I can't, and who is compassionate and will be would be great to work with, and who I can't. If you're a very casual forward person, making YouTube shorts and stuff, I'm sure those creators know for sure how to do their selection process too, right? Like, that's kind of how video games work, right? Video game design also works that way. Should I appeal to the casual audience, or should I appeal to the hardcore loyalists, the legacy players, right? One has a higher barrier of selection than the other. And this is my situation. I want the few people, or the couple people, at least in my opinion, I want to be able to maybe touch their lives and get them to do everything that they hope to achieve and share with me, because that's cool. That's enough for me. It will not be for the millions and billions of people who are used to 30-second reductive hot takes on like every aspect of their lives. That's the reality, and I accept that, but here's my take. So that's the ending statement. What do these reviews have in mind? That's my take. This is what it's like for me to plan my schedules, and what it's like to learn a language. I do all of this stuff. This is what I do. The question is, when someone tells me that I'm not serious about language learning, and honestly, I still agree with you, I'm not serious about language learning. The question is, I have evidence of what I'm doing with language learning. The question is this serious or not to you? In my opinion, if you can't even be bothered to to spend 10 minutes discussing your own methodologies, who is the one that's being serious about language learning, right? And I still don't think I'm serious about language learning. This is still a hobby to me. Like, I'm not like someone who teaches language for a living or anything like that. I sure as won't use something like this in a classroom setting. I had to be very appropriate to understand that nowadays young scholars and people do not have time for this. And not that they couldn't benefit or take away from this. It's not the social norm. Social norms are very important, right? If I can boil this down, I would need heavy emphasis and incentives to boil this down to like a 15-minute video. Whenever someone asks me a question during a stream about like what do I do with Duolingo, or if I only do Duolingo, sometimes I wonder if when I say, oh well, you could check out my review video, like this video right here, and then they would click on it and say, wait a minute, this video is almost 6 hours long. What kind of summary is that? Well, let's think about it. I spend on average 6 to 8 hours a day language learning. Like in some way, somehow. How do you review 200 days worth of 6-hour sessions? 8 hours is proportionally about that amount. Much like I expect that someone who watches a 2-minute video to possibly get the video in 16 seconds. It's a similar, I'm very terrible at math, by the way. It's a similar proportion, right? That's my expectations. So in the future, maybe what I'll do is I'll take all my review videos and I'll try to summarize those videos. And that would reduce the amount of time. Or the alternative is I can continue to work on being shorter and more concise. And the way I can be that way is whenever someone asks me a question, I will try to practice summarizing it. The last time someone asked me, what does my schedule look like to learn Japanese, especially with Duolingo at its core? This is it. This slide right here probably summarizes the current things on the right side, the current things I'm doing with Duolingo, and then on the left side, the current things that I'm doing that's not in Duolingo. And I kid you not, someone did say like, oh, do you use anything else? And I'm like, well, I do use something else. I use Shishinko. It's like, oh, well, and is there anything else? I'm like, that's kind of hard to explain, right? It took me like 2 hours to explain this. So it's going to be tough in the future. However, what I can honestly do for in the future is continue to try, right? Explaining what a 3-day cycle is that has a perpetuating 3-day cycle while rotating with another 4-day cycle on another thing is like breathing and walking for me. However, for someone else, it's more like, does my Google Calendar do that? Does my app do that? Does Anki help me schedule time? Can I buy a program to schedule all the things for me? That is the wave of the future. I am a boomer. I'm much older. And I can honestly tell you, it's like yesterday, living a life where the closest thing to a schedule is probably your class schedule. And that's about it. So all this stuff, this is life skills. Like life skills that I'm not saying may be necessary anymore, or I don't know. Okay, take it for what you will. Like if you think this is interesting, great. If you think you don't need this anymore, fair enough. Much like people who tell me that writing Japanese and writing Chinese is absolutely useless. Fair enough. If you don't write, then you don't write. At least in my opinion. If you don't find any way to use writing to your benefit or functionally, you gotta use that time for something else, right? I could probably be creative with that. Someone could ask me, hey, have you tried not writing to remember things? It's like, let's try it. We'll do it for the next 3 months. Let's see where it goes. That's after I have established that that person is actually interested in me doing that. There's a difference, right? We got to keep in mind when someone tells you to do something, if they're not there to see it, what are you doing it in the first place? At least that's my objective. If someone's being objective with you and they say, oh, this is how you be successful about this, use Anki, a combination of this, and you'll be successful. All right, hear me out here. Hear me out, Miss stranger person. You said this in the first 10 minutes when you met me. Are you going to watch me do it? Because your advice has, in my opinion, requires accountability. So, are you going to be there to provide the backing when this thing fails or succeeds? Because, hey, if you succeed, I'll most definitely give you the credit. I've credited all the people who have, at least I try to. I remember all the corrections I made, all the little things I learned in Japanese language to the respectful people, because those people are still around to see their advice be a thing. When you come around and you're just willy-nilly saying something because you think it's the right thing to do, personally, I'll pass. There are far more wonderful people out there that are far more invested. At least in my opinion. I have those people. Not saying the people who are indifferent don't have good intentions. They probably have great intentions, right? It's coming from a great place. The idea is much like them saying this method is better than the other method. I prefer to trust someone who's willing to invest in me than someone who's not. And it shows very, very easily. So for you, stranger, I hope you have people like that, like your family, a significant other, a native friend to talk to who can language exchange with you, that kind of thing. The first thing I said was a native friend. So I am not looking for someone who wants a language exchange for the sake of language, right? I can pay people to do that, in my opinion. Personally, I am one who, if you want to be objective and pragmatic, I will be objective and pragmatic about it. You want someone who only is interested in your language developing, pay them to do it. If you're going into a friendship and going to establish like some sort of long-standing relationship with someone, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, I'm going to learn something from them, and that's my basis of my relationship. Then you're not looking for a friend. And personally, if you're really objective about it, the truth and sharp truth is get a job, make money, pay someone to do it. You like, well, so many times people have come at me for being objective, for being lack of objective, and being pragmatic about language learning. You can do that. And in reality, those advice, I still wouldn't go about that, because the logical reason, the most logical and efficient ways are ways that even those individuals compromise on. It's like, oh, but you can do this for free. It's like, but is it better? Is it better? Like, actually, I would be even more cynical and say I would pay those people to speak English to me. Right? So let's not throw subjectivity out of the window. Reel it back. I'm being a little slightly like aggressive and whatnot. The idea is, please enjoy what you're doing. Like, if there's anything I want to echo, this stuff, I can talk about this stuff for days, man. And this stuff I actually do. I love talking about things I actually do, not things that I should do, need to do because someone else said it, right? I want someone to tell me what they have done, how they have experienced it, and in turn, I want to experience it as well. That to me is content creation and advice. If you are a person who has done something, you know how to express it, you know how to educate me in the things you've done, I want to do that because you have done it. Too much echo chamber, too much vicarious experience, in my opinion, too many parasocial projections of other people's experiences. I think it's time to put value in your own experience. Go out and do that, right? Go out, have those experiences, write about those experiences, learn from those experiences, and share it with someone. Ecstatically share it with someone. I can't tell you how young and pure that is. You know, you go up to a kid and the kid's like holding out like a 14-year-old kid or something, running around, and then they're just like holding out a bug to you and say, look at how cool this is. I think we need, even adults and older people may breathe more youth and life if they're able to find that excitement of discovery and excitement of learning and experiencing again. And I think that's kind of why I'm smiling as I'm being somewhat cynical about living in the future and not living in the present. I think every time I ask, like, hey, come back with some interesting story, how often does it actually happen? It doesn't actually happen that often. And it is still my ongoing social experiment. Every day when I meet a new person, you know, like every day there's an opportunity to meet a new person, the first thing I tell them is, hey, do me this solid. The next time we meet, tell me something, keep in mind, find something interesting, and background process that and then share it with me. Because in my opinion, that is the seed to enabling one to be more interested in their life in the present, and also be able to work towards expressing and developing a skill that, in my opinion, is necessary. It's almost necessary for the future of that person. Because who else are you going to interact with? Everyone else. Your significant other. You get to fall in love by sharing that experience with someone. Not, in my opinion, not encouraging that to any person, no matter what age, is suggesting that that person is satisfied in staying alone and continuing to doom scroll and vicariously experience things without being part of the world, right? And this is me being part of the world. All right, so that's a wrap. I wanted to leave it off at around 6 hours and be a little bit more positive experience, you know, an open challenge, right? Open challenge. I kind of like giving my thumbnails to look like this. This is what we did for the day. 6 hours of review. I'm going to be doing another one of these for another 4 or 5 days for Duolingo Chinese. It's going to be different. I try to make it different. So, we still got one thing to do left. I left 2 hours to do it. Just moving on to our Chinese lesson. So there you have it. Good 200-day wrap up. I think our kanji is pretty solid. I did get Super Duolingo. Duolingo keeps giving me free soup, human being. I keep getting free soup from Duolingo all the time. Alright, folks. I'm gonna switch gears now. We're gonna go back into our Chinese review. So that's a wrap for today. all the people who are interested in the Japanese language and Japanese learning, even Japanese people maybe, who are learning English, perhaps. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. All right. And until next time, mata ne, ja ne, to those peeps. I'm gonna switch gears now. That didn't work. That didn't work. Why is it constantly stuck on this? Hold up. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get up, stretch, get something to drink, or something else to drink. I'll be back. Thank you. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 100. And finally reached your 3 digits with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome. We are in our review phase of Chinese. So I'm gonna spend the next 3 or 4 days kind of going backwards, I guess. I that's the plan now. Yesterday, obviously we're skipping recall because we're breaking our cycle. So we went through and we basically did all the characters. So we're finally up to date. And that's kind of nice. It's a great feeling. Wall of Gold. Now we're gonna take the current lesson. I'm gonna travel backwards as far as we can go, and then at some point, maybe for today and tomorrow, we're just gonna go back, see how much review we can get, and then the next 2 days, I'm gonna do some writing output, right? Some writing output, and then we'll have another review day. I just completed the Japanese review, the 204, day 204 is a review. Got worked out pretty well. So we're prepping for our next review. So let's get to it. Ask someone out. So we're gonna go backwards now. See how many units we can crush out today in review. Right, very relaxed. Not too bad. Okay, be a little quick, a little bit frivolous.
我喜欢浪漫的电影。
Okay.
我喜欢
浪漫的电影。浪漫
的很
Interesting.
电影，我喜欢浪漫的电影。
Okay.
不好意思，这是我的错。
不好意思，这是我的错。你要 which one are they? What do they want? 你要空你星期六有空吗？
你星期六有空吗？
为什么你没有告诉我？
Oh, wait. Why? I just noticed something. I just realized that they're standing. Wait, was this a recent change? They have the rest of their body. Huh. I totally didn't realize that they had the rest of their body. Interesting.
为什么你没有告诉我？
为什么？为什么你没有告诉我？Interesting.
我们什么时候出去吃饭？
Either I must have not been paying attention for a while.
我们什么时候出去吃饭？我们什么
时候吃饭？
我们什么时候出去吃饭？
出去吃饭。
出去。我们什么时候出去吃饭？
你去过他的家吗？
Yeah. Okay. Yes. That is definitely new. That is absolutely new. I don't know when is it new, but that is so weird seeing the rest of their body. That is definitely new. Now I need to check. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold the phone. I need to check yesterday's clip. Okay. No. I'm pretty sure this is an update. I'm pretty sure this is an update. That looks so weird seeing the rest of their bodies.
你去过他的家吗？
Although their lips don't animate anymore though.
你去过他的家吗？
Okay. 你去过他的家吗？ Oh my gosh. But now you can see them like bounce up and
对
down
不
and
起
stuff.
我现在没有时间。
对不起，我现在没有时间。对不起，
对不起，我
现在没有时间。
没有时间。对不起，我现在没有时间。
下个星期我们一起看电影吧。
下个星期我们一起看电影吧。下个星期。Wow. They're so animated. What the heck? Neat. Very neat.
过
Cool.
了
Run.
慢速后告告来变
有空
开后有空
Oh my goodness. Dude, Falstaff is thick boy. Wow. Okay, so they removed the lip movement, like all the lip movements from their animation, but now all the characters are, their full body is present. Yeah, this is definitely an update. There's no way I wouldn't have, like, there's no way I was blind to this yesterday. There's no way. I refuse to believe this was here yesterday. Look at his little feet. He invited me to dance last night. 他请我 wait. I guess you could start with 昨天晚上他请了我跳舞。
昨天晚上 他请了我跳舞。
Sorry. The animations are great. The new animations.
来，
我会给你打电话。
你你
我会
我会
给
给你
你打电话。
打电话。
Have you been to our shop? Okay. 你来过你来过我们的商店吗？
你
你
来
来
过
过
我们的
们的
商
商
店
店
吗？
吗？I feel like I messed this up before. Oh, okay. Right. 我的男朋友不是浪漫。OK，
我
我的男朋友
男朋友不
不很浪漫。
浪漫。
Oh, 不浪漫. Oh, okay. Actually, that's fine too. Oh yeah, that's actually that works. 不浪漫，
不
不浪漫，不 yeah， 不浪漫。
过
Oh my gosh. It's so refreshing. I love it. Their new animations. Fantastic. Such a little nice touch. Are you free on Saturday?
你
你星期六
星期六
有空吗？
有空吗？
Oh, I can't skip that. And I need to look at the animations. Hold on.
来，
Why? Have you been to his house?
你
你去过？你来过 ？No， 你去过 ？Have you been to？ 你去
去过
过他的家吗？
他的家吗？
So good. 有空。
有空
Oh my gosh, it's Oscar. Okay. Sorry. 不好意思，不好意思，明天，不好意思，明天我没有时间，我没有时候，我没有空。Where are we going？
不好意思，
时间，
我
我
没有时间。
时间，明天
早上，
，oops，
明天，早上，
明天我没有时间。Aw, Oscar's animation's great.
素
You have an appointment on Friday. 你星期五有约会吗？
你星期五有 约会
会
吗？
告
告那医院呃那医院不好不好，不要去。
那医院不好，不要去
好，
家。
那家医院不好，不要去。嗯，
后
哦，
速慢
慢啊，
浪
让
来
来
告
告
我们
我们去吃
去
我们
一起
我们一起去
吃
吃晚饭吗？晚饭吧。
午饭
午饭 ，whoops dinner lunch 午饭吧。
吧。
慢
慢 whoops wrong 慢
浪后速告
高 wrong tone
我
你
会
whoops
我会你会
你会给我
给我会
你
什么
什么时候什么时候会给我
我给我打电话。
我可以我可以跟我的朋友一起来吗？
我可以跟
我可以跟我的
我的
朋友
一起两来吗？
对，诶，
我买
我买
一共
六个
六个
喂，我
一共六个
No,
买
right? Oh, no, it's acceptable the other way too. Like putting this in the middle, I'm like, okay.
丈夫
最近
狗现在
医院
你的狗很你的狗太可爱了，
你的
狗
狗
狗
太
太可爱了。
可爱了。
梯子
妻子，洗手间，
狗
女儿，
儿
矮，
短I I keep making short for Duan instead of I. Oh jeez.
他
他说不慢，不快，
说
他说
得
很
得
他说的不快。
不快，
最近
知道
女儿，
儿子
汉语，
高是我们的朋友，和好朋友。
我们
Oops，
我们
高
狗
是
我
们
们的
的
好朋友。
问
问
英语
请
帮
帮助
助
女儿
谁的？
谁的猫？这是谁的猫？
这
这
是
谁的猫？
猫。
女儿，
儿
狗，
狗
丈夫
夫
英语汉语
，no，
信用卡
信用卡 ，yeah， 信用卡。Oof, that one's gonna be rough. 信用卡，信用卡。
信用卡
Let's see，
这里
这里收，这里收用
信用卡
卡。这里
不
这里
不
不收信用卡。
这里太热了，
Wow， 这里太热了。Dang. This restaurant take. 现金，现金。Let's see， 这家饭馆，
收
收
现金吗？
王医生也有2个孩子。
王医生，
王医生，他
也
有，他也
有
2个孩子。王医生也有2个孩子。
请说慢一点。
请说慢一点儿。
That is something I say quite often. So this is not something I say quite often.
这个
这个 对，这个 732块5毛。
732块5毛。
行不行？便宜一点儿。
行不行？便宜一点儿。
哦，
便宜一点儿。
便宜一点儿行不行？Sounded weird the other way around. 对，那家那家饭馆
很浪漫。慢。
OK。对不起。
对不起，
对不起。
我们
我没有。
没有。
我没有。What phrase are you going with? 时间。现在。Now, are you going with 我 or 我们？
我们。
No. I wonder why you can't use 我们 there. It doesn't matter where 现在 is, but at least I don't think it does.
告。后。来。有空。七。物。速。来。过。有空。后。找。来。
对不起。
Okay, let's test it. 对不起。
我们
现在
没有。
没有
时间。
Okay, it has something to do with women. I don't think that's true. I disagree with that.
对不起。
Okay, and then let's test. I don't think it matters this way too.
现在我没有时间。
Yeah. So it had something to do with women and
昨天晚上他请了我跳舞。昨天晚上他请了我跳舞。
浪。这个星期六我有约会一个约会后
你什么？
你什么时间？你什么时候？给我
打电话。会。
来过。你
来过。
你来过这家商店吗？
这家
商店
吗？
明年
我们
去
一起
我们
一起
我们一起去西班牙。
一起
让你的
旅
游
吧。
Oh dang. He's jacked. I'll tell you when I'll be free.我会告诉你什么时间什么时候有空。我可以跟我的朋友一起来吗？
朋友一起来吗？
Okay. All right. I don't know how many we're gonna do. Sports, right?
你喜欢游泳吗？
周末我和爸爸踢足球。周
末
我和
爸爸踢足球。周末我和爸爸踢足球。
上个星期五他没有出去。
Okay. 我和老师打篮球。打篮球。Oh, yesterday afternoon.
昨天下午
我和老师打篮球。
谁踢足球踢得最好？
谁踢足球？谁踢足球？谁踢足球？踢得很好，踢得很好。Son of a！
昨天下午我和老师打篮球。
I don't want to talk about it.
昨天下午我和老师打篮球。昨天下午我和老
I don't want to talk about it. 我想我明天晚上
想
我明天晚上想去游泳。
你最喜欢做什么运动？
你最喜欢
什么？
什么？
运动，做运动，
做。游戏，游戏，运动。你最喜欢做什么运动？做。你最喜欢做什么运动？
我
的
妹
妹，我的
每天晚上
我的妹妹跑步。
跑步。
马，每天他喜欢跑半个小时的步。每天他喜欢跑
半个小时的步。
每天他喜欢跑半个小时的步。
勇，他们每星期三骑3个小时的马。
他们每星期三这3个小时的马。
动，跑，骑马，勇，动。
他
他游泳游得快，跑步跑得慢。
游泳，
他游泳游的游得很快，跑步跑得
很
慢。
跑，往，勇，停，他，
我跑步，我跑了，no，then didn't go with
早上
OK 早上 no 今天 no 早上我泡了30分钟的步。你喜欢游泳吗？
游泳吗？马，
昨天下午，我和老师打篮球。
动，他，
上个星期五。
他
没有。
没有出去。
出去。
泳。
这个
这个周末我不想出去。
去年出去。
awkward。
跑。泳。马。变。动。
你现在想打篮球吗？
打篮球。
哦，
不想。
想不想打篮球？
泳。跑。他。平。往。上个星期三，我和女朋友跑步。OK。
他
游泳。泳得很慢。
游
得很快。
很快。
跑步跑得很慢。
跑步跑得很慢。
他们每星期三，他们
每星期三骑
3
个小时的马。
谁
踢足
球？
谁踢足球？踢得很好。
踢得最好。
最好 the best。It's kind of funny how they're drawing attention to the rest of the body in the idle animation. Appropriate use. Been around for 30 minutes as well.
早上
我跑了30分钟的步。I play soccer for 2 hours every Friday. 每个星期just no good. Okay.
星期五。
每星期五。I just realized there's no. 每星期五。我踢足 我踢2个2个小时的足球
2个小时的足球。
骑马
骑马是
他的
骑马
是他的
最
爱最爱运动。Let me guess. I did it again. It's 最爱的 yeah.
我的
妹
妹每天晚上
我的妹妹跑步。 Okay. 我的家在印度。
我的家在印度。
旅游，
旅游。
西班牙语，
房间。
因为
为什么？
这个太贵。
这个太贵。太贵，所以我不买。
医院在哪儿？
医院在
那儿。医院在哪儿？哪儿？
我
的爸
爸
我的爸爸起床，我的爸爸6点半起床。
6点半起床。
几月几号？
几月几号？
几号？几月？
医生
几点？几点上班？
上班。
旅游旅游是我的新爱好。
旅游
是我的新爱好。他们喜欢用照相机拍照。
照相机
拍照。是不忙。他很轻松。一定你是。
这儿。
这儿没有
洗手间。
我
我学习中文。
中文。
中文。因为我要去中国。
我要去英国。英国，中国。
哎，
我
每天都从我每天都从10点到6点睡觉。
10点到6点
睡觉。下个星期，我和朋友吃午饭。我晚上不回家。
晚上不
回家。
回家。今
天晚上。
我
想去西班牙旅游。
西班牙旅游。
这个周末我们吃晚饭。在家吃晚饭吗？
在家吃晚吗？呀。
哎，我的妹妹每天晚上我的妹妹跑步。
每天晚上，我的妹妹跑步。
泳。
这个周末，我不想出去。
这个周末我不想出去。
马。
昨天星期三哦。
我
昨天。
明天。
What？ 哦，上个。
Dang
it! I used to go, yeah. 上个星期三。Wait.
星期三。我
上个星期三，我和女朋友跑步。
动。
好，勇马
七。
我
不会。
不
我不会哦。呢？我不会游泳。
不
Oh, just 我不。
不
Oh, it says I don't. It says I don't swim. 我不
游泳。
游泳。我不游泳。因为我不喜欢
不喜欢水。
他
停往跑
泳。OK。
每天
我
我们
我们有
有
有半个小时的泳。
半个小时的泳。
他游泳。游的。很快。跑步。跑得。很慢。
美他们
他们
每星期三起
三个
3
小时的马。
小时的马。
早上。
早上
我
跑了
30分钟
30分钟
的步。谁
谁
踢足球？
踢的最好。
得最好。
Alright.
我
的哥哥
的哥哥
哥哥
打篮球。
打得很不错。打得不错。
打得不错。
每星期五。我
踢
2个
2个小时
的足球。
骑马，
骑马，哦，有人骑马是他最爱的运动。
今天他有了一个小时的泳。
他有
了
一个小时的泳。All right. Oh, I'm being exhausted. Okay. Tableware.
你会用筷子吗？
你会用筷子吗？请给我刀。
请给我刀。
这里有5张照片。
这里有5张。
这里有5张照片。
哦。
照片。这里有5张照片。
OK， 我要一碗。我要一碗牛肉面。
牛肉面。他的家旁边有一辆汽车。汽车。
我们想喝德国啤酒。
我们想喝啤酒。How many？
我们想喝德国啤酒。
德国啤酒。
德国啤酒。
他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。
他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。谁叫办公室？
谁在？
我讲谁在办公室？
办公室。
现在汽车上有10只鸟。
OK。现在 time。
现在汽车上有10只鸟。
No, never mind. 现在
有。现在汽车上有10只鸟。现在汽车上有10只鸟。
现在汽车，
现在汽车上有10只鸟。上有。现在汽车上有10只鸟。现在汽车上有10只鸟。历史，历史。
What？
现在汽车上有10只鸟。现在汽车上有10只鸟。10只。
哦，10只鸟。
鸟。
哦，有。That is weird.
现在汽车上有10只鸟。
That took so long. I had no idea what the dude was saying.
题：这杯果汁是谁的？
这杯果汁是谁的？
6
We want to order a banana cake. 蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，橡胶蛋糕。
我们
我们
要
我们要不
不
要？
要
我们要不要点
点
我们要不要点
香蕉蛋糕？少
6
只半
叉
盘
之
6叉张平
Okay. ，OK， 我要，
我们
要，我们要刀和叉
少 这里
这里有
5张
5张照片
张
给我给我3瓶啤酒。
给
给我们
3杯。
not pig bottles， 3杯啤酒。
之
他们
有3个一个杯子
和3个
盘子。
叉
美国
人用叉和
勺子。
量
酒店
外酒店外有酒店外有一辆出租车。
快盘高
知道
他
只要半块
蛋糕。
半
量
叉碗勺。
你想要什么水？果汁。
我们要不要点香蕉蛋糕。
你的后面
Yeah, I keep saying 边。你的后面有
可爱
的
鸟。一只
的鸟。可爱。一只可爱的鸟。Yes. Okay. 你想吃面包
吗？
对。
新鲜。电影。新闻。
水果。
桌子。
他们
他们在超市买米饭吗？
买米
哦，就是买米
吗？
买米吗？
玩游
游戏
电脑
喜欢
书。Oh, I'm feeling great today.
你
All right. 你喜欢蔬菜吗？你喜欢什么蔬菜？
喜欢什么蔬菜？
我
的朋友都喜欢跳舞。
喜欢跳舞。
请
请帮我买东西。请帮助
我买
喂，请帮我买东西。一些。Okay. Didn't remember needing 一些。Oh, some 一些。Right. Right. 他们的哥哥
玩
OK。
每天
下午他们的哥哥玩电脑游戏。你会唱英语歌吗？中文英语歌吗？哪个带包哪个包是包是你的？
你的
谁？你谁？
你最喜欢谁？
谁？
他
给了我一袋水果。
我。
Oh boy, how does this work?
一个
苹果，一个苹，
一天，
一天苹果，医生不找我，no， 一天一个苹果，医生不找我。Oh, whoops! I got them backwards.
你
喜欢什么？什么书？看书。你喜欢看什么书？对，
你
听
什么音乐？谁
的？
这是
这是谁的电脑？你干呢？你做
在
你在做什么？
什么？
蛋我们
想喝德国啤酒。
张
房间里有一张桌子。
房间里有一张
桌子。在房间里有一张桌子。
盘
枝
高
快盘
半
皮枝
读完
鸟。OK， 电脑有我们的照片。电脑里有我们的照片。
树上也有7只猫。
树上也有7只猫。
我们要不要点香蛋糕？
他只要半块蛋糕。
你盘子
在
在桌子下。
上
你的
的
房子。
可以
可以给我一个碗吗？办公室，
办公室
办公室里有
100
本的书，不是100
本书
本书
的
我们的办公室里有100本书。他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
他
的家
旁边家
不是
的
他的家旁边
有一辆汽车。
你的后面有
一只
可爱的
鸟。
这杯
果
汁
是谁的？
谁的？
树上也有7只猫。
Oh wait, how do I screw this up? Oh, in that tree. Alright. Guess we have time to do one more unit. Oh. All right.
给我10秒。
我说错了。
我说错了。请问这是什么意思？我们
看报纸。我们在看报纸。哦，在读。我们在读报纸。
9点差1刻。
9点下一课。
他想喝一点水。
他想喝一点水。
他
想
喝一点水。
写，你每天用几个小时电脑？
你每天用几个小时电脑？
明天早上10点一刻我会去工作。明天早上
明天早上
我会去。
明天早上我会去 something。
明天早上10点一刻我会去工作。明天早上10点一刻我会去工作。10
点一刻我会去工作。
工作。
学课秒时刻错位时秒字
that's
课张难
2点
2点正2点正。
现在
2点正。
这个字你写错了。
这个你写错了。
这个你写错了。这个字你写错了。
这个
字
这个字这个是字你写错了。
这个
字很难。
时
我会说一点中文英语
汉语
going back and forth。我会说一点汉语。
字
我的朋友都不会读汉语。
我
的朋友都
不会
读中文。Oh yeah。
秒
请等我 请等我20分钟。
请等我
20
分钟。
呵，
你
我不明白你的意思，我不明白你的意思。
不明白你的意思。
写
读
读写
识
思
难。你在写什么？
你在写什么？
课
秒字时整。
现在5点差1刻。
现在5点
差
1刻。
现在2点。现在2点正。
现在2点整。
7点差10分钟。
7点
差10分钟。10分 really 秒钟10分。对。
请
请来一点早。请来 or 请到一点早。Oh, the other way around. 请早一点到。I don't know how I feel about that.
1秒
他们有3个弟弟。
他们有3弟弟。
猫在椅子上。
猫在椅子上。
猫
在椅子上。王医生有5个妹妹。
医生王有5个妹妹。
晚饭。桌子。现金。
便宜。椅子。
服务员。
服务员买单。
买单。
住。
名字。
10、2、9。
我看了。我见了你的儿子。我看见了。
看见。
我看见了你
的桌子，
Oops.
桌孩子，
I saw your table.
电
电
话、
话、
家人、
人、
七、
名字、
名字、
学生、
学生。你叫什么？你在叫什么？你在叫
找
你在叫什么？
什么？
十
爱、
爱
什么？
么？
二住
住。这是谁的房间？
这
这
是
是谁的房
房
间？
间。
这是你的爸爸吗？这是
你的
的
爸
爸
爸吗？
房间里，在房间里，
在
他们
他们
都
在
在房间里睡觉。
房里
睡觉。
睡觉。
请看菜单，请看菜单。
请看，
对，请看一下，请看
菜单
单
一下。
下。Dang it. I was thinking maybe Isha came after. Guess not. 请等这里，请等这里，请在
等，
请等
在
这里，
这里，
请在这里等。Okay, fair enough. 冰箱里有什么？
什么？这次我的买单，我买单。
牛。
Oh, I'm not feeling so hot right now. Am I not feeling so great right now? A little tired. My tongue still hurts a lot. Oh, okay.
难。
Last lesson for the day. Nan. What does this character mean?
这个
字
字
是什么？这个字什么意思？
什么意思？是
什么意思？
鹤。
思
鸟。
写
读
难。
鸟。
思
读难。
写
时。
2点。
2点。现在2点。
整。
Man, I might have forgotten.
长
Whoops. I might have forgotten
字
the top left radical of 将. 9点9点差一刻。
9点
差
旁
Oops.
旁差一刻。
写
你写你写这个字你写错了。
这个
字
你
写
写
错
了。
长
现在几点？
现在几点？
这个字这个字怎么写？
这个
这个
字怎么写？
写？
请
请
一点儿，一点儿，
请
早
教
一点儿
点，请教一点到。
到
OK。明天你用你几个用电脑？
每天
每天你
用了
用了
几个
几个？你几个用了电脑？
电脑
No. Oh, I've got. Oh, it's how many hours? No. 你每天 doesn't matter. 用几个 I forgot hours. And it's not past tense. You don't have to love for the past tense.
你
你OK. 你
用几个小时
？Wait.
电脑用
你几个小时？
每天
你每天几个小时用电脑？ What the flip? Wait. Oh, Yong? Are you serious? You put Yong in front of... I guess. Oh yeah, I guess.
你每天用几个
That makes sense. The verb before the duration 用几个小时电脑 Boy. Alright. I have to retire today. Very worn out right now. I know. Nose needs some TLC. Alright, folks. What do we do? What do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4. So tomorrow we have another spare day. And then 2 more days after that. We'll do writing for tomorrow we'll do more, and then the next 2 days we'll do some writing going backwards. And then seeing how many we can cover for the review. Yeah. Is there anything I can do here? No. Low key though, I have been as a side note, I have been kind of achievement hunting, and I've been using my Chinese course as a way to achievement hunt on the mobile side of things. Basically, there's like an achievement for doing a specific number of legendary things. So I've been going from unit 1 to whatever as a way to rewind and review the early stuff too. Although our review for tomorrow, the review for on day 104 is going to be as far back as I can get with the review in the next 3 days. I don't know how far back we're going to be able to get. We're going to try to get those. There are way too many things, way too many vocabulary, because unlike Japanese, right, it's raw vocabulary for Chinese. Japanese, lots of the other parts of the sentences are kind of not there. They're not introduced at the same time. Meanwhile, on the Chinese side of things, everything requires accounting. All right, folks, that's a wrap. Finished our big day. Not much to say here. Keep at it. I'm really tired, and you know, hope everyone's having fun, right? Making sure to rest as well. I certainly would love that my health was a little bit better, just a wee bit. So we're gonna take our leave, rest up, be back tomorrow. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Until next time, 再见. And I'll see you guys later. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Bye.